Good evening, everyone. Welcome to the 2023 budget season. My name is Chris Johnson. I'm the chairman of the Finance Committee for City Council. I would like to thank my honorable members of council, Chief of Staff Tanny Washington, Chief of Staff Mona Parikh, department heads, and members of the public. This evening, we have two budget hearings scheduled. We have Public Works and Transportation, which is the general and motor vehicle funds first, and then right after that, we will have the Parks and Rec Department budget hearing as well. First, I'd like to start by recognizing members of the Finance Committee that are in attendance by doing a roll call. Vice Chair Harley, 4th District. I believe I have you on Zoom, Vice Chair Harley. All right. Councilmember Oliver, 3rd District. Councilmember Bracy, at large.
Present.
Councilmember Field, 8th District.
Present.
Councilmember Spadola is excused. Council President Congo, I believe I have you on Zoom.
Here.
Okay. All right. And I'd also like to recognize other council persons in attendance by doing a roll call. Councilmember Mills, at large.
Present.
Councilmember Brigida Fields. Councilmember Darby.
Present.
Councilmember White.
Present.
And Councilmember McCoy. Right. If there's other council persons who filter in, please just let Marshall know so that you can be recognized. We're still trying to get used to this hybrid setup. I can't see the screen, so Marshall is kind of helping me. If there's people online, please just send us a message. All right. This year, in March, Mayor Purzycki presented a proposed budget. The proposed budget highlighted a 0% property tax rate increase, a 5.7% water sewer rate increase, along with a 6% stormwater rate increase. And this proposed budget from the administration used $0 in ARPA funds and also used $0 from the tax stabilization fund. The proposed budget also includes lowering parking fines from $40 to $25, but this requires legislation by council. The mayor also made mention of some new other budget items which included, but aren't included in this budget so far, a new $1 event fee tax, an increase in the hotel lodge tax from 2% to 3%, and increasing the overall fines and fees across the board for the city. We will be discussing these matters as we progress through the hearings this spring. The proposed general fund budget in total is $183 million. This is a $6.2 million increase. And the water sewer fund budget is $84 million, which is a $2 million increase. The total fiscal year 2024 capital budget is $125 million, and this is a capital year, so there will be a capital program. The mayor shared his vision for the intended use of the budget funds. Now it is council's time to review the budget, ask questions to various department heads, and get a complete plan about how we should best use the taxpayer dollars. Our charter council must adopt a balanced budget at least 30 days before the end of the fiscal year, which begins on July 30th. Council has already shared our priorities with the administration, which includes investing and doubling down on public safety community strategies, neighborhood stabilization, which is funding and housing opportunity program, emergency repairs, and also aging in place programs, and also assisting with home ownership. The COVID-19 pandemic impacted the world immensely years ago. The city did receive $155 million in American Rescue Funds, and we still are using these remaining dollars. Please visit OpenGov, the OpenGov website or OpenGov section of the city's website, where you can see exactly where the administration has spent the COVID-19 funds. We also, one big initiative is Dr. Mason public safety strategy. You can also see how those funds are getting used on the city's website. And before I turn it over to Chief of Staff Tanny Washington for opening remarks, I would like to inform everyone that public comments will be asked at the end of each budget hearing, and we look forward to participation from the public, either in chambers or online. We are, as always, a 3-minute limitation. And if there are follow-up questions, Ms. Marshall Bassnight, Chief Financial Officer for City Council, is tracking the questions, and we will have the answers on the City Council website. We are limited in our time, unfortunately, so this goes for members of council as well. Please, let's keep the questions germane to budgetary items. If there's any programmatic issues, those will need to be discussed in further, further hearings or further committees. So let's again try to stay focused on budget items. And again, I'm just going to turn it over before I turn over to Ms. Washington, we also have OMB here as well. We have Director Greco and also his staff, so thank you for attending. And at this time, I would like to recognize Vice Chair Hartley is present on Zoom. And now I'll turn it over to you, Chief of Staff Washington.
Thank you, Finance Chair Johnson. On behalf of the Mayor's Office, myself and my staff, the Mayor's staff, we'd like to thank you for giving us the opportunity to present the FY24 budget. Finance Chair, you captured everything pretty precisely, so I'm not going to be redundant in restating everything that the Mayor has proposed for this year's budget. I welcome a healthy dialogue from the Council, Finance Committee. We will be cooperative in any way we can to make sure that your questions are answered. And we just look forward to a healthy dialogue.
Okay, all right. Thank you very much. Now at this time, is there anyone from OMB, Director Greco, who will be able to do the introduction for Public Works?
That'll be done by William Jones.
Okay, Mr. Jones,
All right.
floor is yours, sir.
How you doing tonight? Could you please upload a slideshow? All right. Good evening, Mr. Chairman, Council President, Council Chief of Staff, and honorable members of City Council. This evening, I would like to present the Department of Public Works proposed operating budget for FY 2024 on behalf of the Office of Management and Budget. The department's proposed budget request, which includes both the general and motor vehicle fund, is just over $38.7 million. In the general fund, the department is requesting a total budget of $29.4 million, an increase of $872,000 over the FY 2023 budget. Personal services increased by $52,000, while materials, supplies, and equipment, or MS&E, increased around $507,000, or 5.9% compared to the last fiscal year. Internal services also increased by $261,000, or 7.3%, primarily due to vehicle maintenance and fuel costs. Total staffing in the general fund remained the same at 120.05 FTEs. Next slide. In personal services, there was one position title change and 2 biennial employee appeals granted. Both positions are 100% general funded. The CAD/GIS engineering coordinator position was renamed the special projects coordinator, while the total cost of the appeals process was $12,068. Regular salaries rose roughly by $140,000 due to a citywide 2.5% COLA or cost of living adjustment, mandatory step increases for non-union classified employees, and mandatory annual reviews for executive and managerial employees. Temporary salaries also increased by $70,000 to cover vacancies and employee absences within the rubbish collection division. Next slide, please. Now on to MS&E. Green space maintenance increased by $90,000 to landscape and maintain the riverfront and Christiana River Bridge approach gateway. Traffic signs and signals also increased by $90,000 due to communication costs associated with the DelDOT's new computerized traffic control system that was implemented during the I-95 restoration. Electricity increased by $88,300, primarily driven by electricity costs in the Transportation Division for streetlights and signals based upon the current energy rates. Next slide, please. Thank you. Combined, water sewer utility and stormwater utility increased around $65,500. The cost reflects the general fund usage of water sewer and stormwater services. Other non-capitalized equipment increased by $60,000 to replace worn and damaged poly-brine tanks. These tanks hold the brine solution by trucks to prevent snow and ice from freezing onto the roads. Next slide, please. Contracted maintenance increased by $29,000 for the purchase and installation of surveillance cameras throughout the city to discourage illegal dumping, in addition to HVAC repairs for the Turner Building and increased maintenance service costs for the municipal building cameras. Christmas lights and other decorations increased by $16,700 due to the need for new Christmas trees and decorations for the City County Building, Mayor's Office, and Turner Building. Next slide, please. Asset management increased building and maintenance costs for the city county building, which is split 70-30 with Newcastle County, resulting in a nearly $17,000 increase in building maintenance. Debt service was also increased by $52,500, according to the revised debt service schedule from the accounting division. Next. Moving on to the motor vehicle fund. The department is requesting a $9.3 million for its FY2024 budget, which represents an increase of $814,000 or 9.6% from the FY2023 budget. The following contributed to the increases. Next slide. Automotive equipment increased by $2.2 million, mainly driven by increased vehicle costs as part of the Motor Vehicle Fleet Replacement Program. The Department of Parks and Recreation also expanded its specialized equipment to assist with daily operations in the Maintenance Division. Land Use and Planning and Public Works also added an SUV and pickup truck to its fleet to assist with regular duties. In addition, the Police Department added 3 SUVs and 3 trainer motorcycles. Next. Motor fuels and lubricants increased by $413,100, reflecting expected increases in costs for unleaded gasoline and diesel fuel. Due to an estimated consumer price index or CPI increase of 7.5%, contracted maintenance services increased by roughly $220,000 for the motor vehicle fleet maintenance contract with First Vehicle Services, now in the second year of a 2-year extension. Lastly, as a result of increased non-target repairs to fleet equipment, cost of parts, labor, and vendor services, equipment repairs increased around $153,000. That concludes my overview of the Department of Public Works General and Motor Vehicle Fund's proposed budget. I'll be happy to answer any questions that you may have at this time. Thank you.
Any questions for OMB? Any questions online, Michelle? Councilmember Oliver? Councilmember, the mic is.
Sure, I'm sorry. So what is occurring with the old fleets? As I remember, we had put in something about the fleet vehicles. What is occurring with the old vehicles over there? Just a follow up.
I like to defer to Vince Carochi.
Yes, so we will, that is a question we ask
Oh.
later on.
Okay.
So I believe Vince.
Yeah,
Okay.
there's
Gotcha.
further in our presentation, there's a listing of all the vehicles in the replacement plan for FY24 that we typically provide.
Okay.
So that's going to come up later.
Yes.
Okay, no problem.
All right. So again, then thank you very much, Mr. Jones, for the OMB overview. At this time, I will.
Excuse me.
Oh, Councilmember White.
Thank
Do you have an OMB question?
Yes, I have an OMB question. Thank you,
Floor is
Mr.
yours.
Chair. Regarding the increases in debt service and the increase in utility, especially electricity costs, how much of this was anticipated and what particularly triggered the overall costs? And
I like to defer to Vince Carochi in regards to the electricity.
Yeah, as far as the electricity contract, the price of nat gas in the spot electricity market is what, when we put our last electricity contract out for procurement, drove the prices higher. Prior to last year, or the current fiscal year we're in now, fiscal 23, we were about 5 cents, 5.5 cents a kilowatt hour. Those prices jumped up close to 9.5 cents a kilowatt hour, strictly because of price of nat gas in the market for natural gas drove the electricity prices higher. So what we did when we procured the last electricity contract was we only did a 2-year contract. Prior to that, we had a 4-year contract in place. When we had to go back out into the market, we were subject to market conditions. So that drove our price higher.
follow-up question, Mr. Chair, if I may.
Yes, please.
Then do we anticipate any improvements of this nature in the future? The signage and the improvements at the RDC will generate the same type of increase?
I'm not sure I follow your question. As far as electricity, I speak with our consultants that do our procurement on a frequent basis. We anticipate the next time we go out on the street, which will be for fiscal 25, that we will ascertain a lot better electricity pricing than we have this year.
My question is this. This was due, at least as I read it, to traffic signs and signals, right? And all my question is, future traffic signs and signals that the city installs, would we anticipate an increase in our electricity costs for doing that?
The general electricity price is not just due to traffic signs and signals. When we go out on electricity procurement, it's for the entire city. It's for water, sewer, general fund, buildings. It's for traffic lights and signals, and it's for our plants that can take advantage of off-peak pumping. Are you referring to the transportation increase for 90K for communications?
Yes.
Okay, so that essentially what that is about, there was an agreement signed before they started the Christina River Bridge approach. The DelDOT did the project, constructing the bridge. Once the project was turned over, which it just has been, the bridge approach all becomes the city's responsibility now. As far as the electricity, the transportation improvements, that was in advance of the I-95 viaduct project. DelDOT, with their funding, installed updated traffic controllers and remotely addressable signals so that they could manage the traffic while the interstate was closed for almost 2 years. Again, we had an MOU with them as well. Now that the project is complete, the signals that they put in are all being turned back over to the city. What the funding requested will do is pay the communication costs for those signals so that we can keep them with DelDOT's TMC so that they can remotely adjust signal timings. If we were to unplug them, we wouldn't have smart signals anymore. I'd have to send somebody around every time we want to make a timing adjustment to a signal.
I understand. Thank you for your answer.
Sure.
No other questions, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Miss Bassnight.
Yeah, I just want to say, we're going to touch upon that more in question number 7 as well as question number 9 about the 90,000, because I know a couple people had questions.
Thank you.
Just wanted to say that.
Yes.
Okay.
Mr. Chair,
Councilmember Darby, I think was next. Did you have a question for OMB specifically?
Yeah, it was gonna be about that, but if we're gonna answer the question
Oh.
later, I'm fine.
Okay, perfect. Councilmember.
Could someone explain what is the appeals, what is that about? On page 3.
Page 3. If I understand you correct, this is the biennial appeal.
Yeah, what is
I
that?
believe that's
Which-
human resources.
Yes, it goes
I
through
don't-
human resources.
So
They
my
make a
question
decision.
is, so we had, from Public Works, we had X amount of appeals with increased 12,000. That's my question. Is that what we're saying?
We got
Yes.
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 Okay. So you had some, so this from HR, these are individuals who work in Public Works who put in appeals for whatever apparent reason.
Yes.
That's correct.
Okay. All right. So just kind of jumping into it. I already had some robust discussion, which is great. All right. So I will turn it over to you, Commissioner Williams. I know you have your team, so if you could introduce them and then we can dive into it.
Thank you, Chairman Johnson. Good evening, everyone, committee members, city council members, members of the public. My name is Kelly Williams. I'm the Commissioner of Public Works. Thank you for having us this evening. I'd like to thank my directors who are here to present and to support the budget. I'd also like to thank the workers who actually execute these dollars. Without them, we would not be here, and they are the ones who are out there making the city a better place to be. This year, coming out of COVID, has been a particularly challenging year, particularly with filling key positions. Generally, the residency requirement and the lower salaries have made a significant impact on my department. Offers are being turned down, positions are being posted 3 or more times. At times, we've hired candidates who just don't show up, and our services are being impacted by that. So we just appreciate your patience while we work through these challenging times. I just wanted to make a note of that from the outset. Generally, the mission of the department is to operate and maintain critical infrastructure and facilities to provide superior support for our customers and to promote resiliency. The Department of Public Works is complex and provides a wide array of services, including once-a-week recycling, solid waste collection, treatment, and distribution of high-quality drinking water, collection and treatment of sewage, stormwater management, cleaning and sweeping of city streets, street construction, repairs, maintenance of traffic signs and signals, line striping, stormwater preparation, snow removals, debris cleanup, and maintenance of the city fleet and city properties, collection and maintenance of GIS data, and much, much more. We are here to serve you and serve the public, and we continue to hope to do so with your support. So if you have any questions, that's what we're here to answer for you. And I'm sitting here with Deputy Commissioner Vince Carocchia and Director of Administrative Services, Derek Akbar, and they are going to do the majority of the presentation of the budget this evening.
Okay. All right.
Thank you.
All right. So thank you very much, Commissioner, and your team. So let's just jump into this. Start first with the general overview question that's germane to Public Works is how has the federal infrastructure investment funds, how has that affected your overall budget?
Okay, can we advance a couple slides, please? Next slide. Okay, so here's a breakdown of capital projects that we've received grants and/or principal forgiveness for within the drinking water SRF program. We've received a total of $23.2 million in principal forgiveness at completion for 2 projects. One being water distribution and transmission improvements and lead removal for $18.5 million, and PFAS removal phase 1 design work for $4.7 million. Within the clean water SRF capital projects, we received 2.59 million in principal forgiveness at completion for 2 projects, one being the 11th Street Pump Station and upgrade Phase 2 for 1.99 million, and Prices Run Interceptor Rehabilitation Project for 600,000. In addition to this, we've also received for the current fiscal year congressionally directed spending, essentially a federal grant totaling just over $7 million. 3.606 of that will be used for the Prices Run Interceptor and CSO 4A project, and $4 million for South Wilmington Sewer Separation A Street.
Question about that. Do we understand this is a process? But do we have an estimate of how many additional federal funds we'll be able to get under the Infrastructure Investment Act?
We've submitted, are in the process of submitting. There's a resolution that's going to be coming from in front of council here, I believe, at the next meeting for 92 million that Public Works has submitted on behalf of Public Works related projects for water and sewer.
Okay. Thank you very much. Councilmember McCoy.
Thank you. If you wouldn't mind going back just the slide you just previously had up. So, okay, thank you. So it looks like we have actually had 2 capital projects that are actually already at completion. I know that we had already planned, I remember at one of our finance meetings, we had planned and were very excited that we were reimbursed pretty much the whole amount that we had planned to use. And I see that we actually got some additional funds that I think that we had not intended initially. I think we were asking for money, but we didn't know exactly what we would get. It looks like there's just one, I think, the thing we're waiting on. I just wanted to know, like, how if we made a plan to use these funds and then we got reimbursed, why aren't we seeing more of, some let up when it comes to what's going on with the water and whether or not we have to have an increase? So that was my question. And that probably will come further in, but I really needed to make certain that I asked that question. What those numbers up?
Okay, so as it relates to the water sewer rate study, we'll be presenting that on the 12th, but the binding commitment letters that we have received for these various loans with principal forgiveness are already factored into our 6-year rate study. So in other words, the debt service, we're assuming we're getting for instance, the 23.2 million with full principal forgiveness for these projects. That's factored into the rate study that we won't be paying debt service on that.
Okay, I'm sorry. May I follow? Yes, thank you. So I am aware, Commissioner Williams did make me aware about that. But what I was stating that since I understand this is a 6-year project and that this is how we basically plan out what we're going to do for the next few years, because we got that, that gift basically, I was just saying, how does that work, work into how we're dealing with our increase and whether or not that is going to be put into our 6-year trajectory. So, but I know that you're going to get further into that. So I just wanted to make sure to ask that question while those numbers are up.
Okay, so again, when we do the water sewer rate study, they will lay out the projects. But if we did not get the principal forgiveness when we applied for the NOIs and put applications in for these loans, then that debt service would have factored in the form of higher rates. So the 6-year debt service includes these projects that you see before you.
All right.
Can I ask a follow-up question? Can I ask a question? Yes. Thank you, Mr. Chair. 2 questions. Were these capital projects on the books prior to the release of ARPA funds?
Yeah, these are either in the 20 or the 22 capital improvement programs.
And just to follow up on that question regarding rates. So is it your opinion that if we did not have the forgiveness, principal forgiveness, our rates would be higher than what's being asked?
That is correct.
Thank you. No further questions.
Okay. All right. Very well. If we can move to question 2. This is regarding engaging in use of artificial technology in order to have the city move towards being a smart city. Can you discuss any plans to move towards being a smart city?
Okay. as far as public works and and things that we have implemented around smart city, we've, as a lot of you know, implemented an LED program to change out all the street lights within the city. These new lights have smart features which will allow them to be monitored remotely, allowing us to access to check the light status, adjust illumination, see if a light's faulty. That can be done right from the office without having to roll somebody out to look at the lights. Our sanitation division uses smart technology for the city issue trash and recycling cards. This has saved us resources by easily being able to find and recover city assets and identifying vacant properties and identifying commercial properties that should not have been receiving city services. We are also prepared to administer 5G cellular technology as carriers submit their permit requests for installation around the city. Public Works has just recently engaged in a pilot with a company called Infra AI to map out city assets, including street signs, street lights, and traffic signal infrastructure, and then be able to bring that data into the city's GIS system. We're also engaged with Brown and Caldwell developing a department-wide asset map.
And call it a plan for EV.
We question. I've got a plan, no budget in this fiscal 24 operating budget for EV charging stations or parking, but there has been some studies as we get into the motor vehicle piece.
Okay.
And talk about it.
Around solar panels as a way of saving electricity?
Redid both of these arrays with the latest and greatest technology, string inverters, 1,000-watt panels. So yeah, we have been using solar energy for some time to offset our costs with power off the grid.
Thank you.
Sure.
Yeah, my
Anyone else?
question.
Councilmember.
Think.
Yeah.
Chair. How intrusive this current threat overstimulated.
That's a good question. So a lot of the things that we're doing they're not directly engaging with each resident. We're addressing strict street lights and things like that. So there's no network connection. I should, I guess I could say, to any of the constituents directly. Like the sanitation department, we're using like RFID chips to monitor where our cans are because they're city assets. So
Right.
if somebody moves across town and takes a can with them, they're of our assets. So along on where streets are, where there's a problem with street markings, where there may be a light missing or a street sign, that type of thing. So we're not doing anything what I would call intrusive with customer data.
Mr. Chairman, just follow up.
Yes, please.
Of course, not intentional. Do you think, I don't want to get into programming, but do you think it might be wise for a department big as yours, such as covering the scope of the city, that any third-party agreement would protect the residents' privacy?
Typically, we would have language in there that would, anything that was, any kind of gathering of information that the citizens or customer data would be, anything that's interacting with.
So
any
you have
customer.
that language?
Yes, we
Okay.
have, any agreements we enter into, for instance, like the AWR program, has language specifically in the contract on what customer data can be used for. On these type of projects here, there's no customer data being engaged.
And all the contracts go through the law department. They're not generated into the, at the department level. So they're all reviewed and vetted by the law department. So if that's something that council wanted to see, as a general terms and condition by the city that all customer data is protected, you would, make that request to the law department, right?
No, well, not necessarily. I just would want to think across the board. That would be a part of any department's first thought to protect the privacy, or at least look at how this could be invasive. And so I appreciate your comments, but I just think, it's more organic than that. But surely that's something that again, I appreciate your comments. Thank you.
Councilmember Oliver?
Yes, I just want to make a statement. I know, Councilman Johnson, you and I had discussed this before about trying to use some of our local businesses here. And it seems like Public Works, just hearing it, just say this is from Philly. And when I'm in Philly, Philly uses Phillytonians. And when Wilmington, we always go out of Wilmington to use, various, and we've had this discussion, and I'm looking at it again. That's why I asked where was Brown and Caldwell from to develop a department-wide assessment for management programs. And I know we have companies here, so I guess my question is, had we looked at any companies here, or did we just automatically go to Philly?
Councilwoman, here's a correction. They are not out of Philadelphia. They're out of Radnor, Pennsylvania. And can you hear me?
Yeah, I can.
And we did take a look to see if there was any companies that were in the surrounding area. We've been looking at doing this for the last 2 years, and now we are in motion, or we're trying to get this in motion.
So where's the company from?
Radnor, PA.
Pennsylvania. So you did look around Wilmington, and you didn't find anyone around here that can.
Correct. And we actually reached out to our engineers, asking them to do the same. It's presently contracting with us.
Thank you.
And Chief Steph Washington?
And yes, I'd just like to mention the fact that there was a disparity study, as you know, and a part of that is revamping our procurement process, and that's looking at how we send out these bid contracts. And you will actually see in the finance department that they've added a position to make sure that they're doing a far better job of outreach and also gathering a more robust data of the DBEs out here.
And thank you. I know that's a further conversation.
Right.
But thank you for at least providing some answer to that. All right. If there's no other questions on this matter, then I believe we can go to the next slide. That's question 1 on the general fund. You did, I understand, Commissioner, you gave a brief, overview of this during your opening. Is there anything else to add about the vacancies? I know I believe you stated your department is hard hit. So can you just give us some details? Because I know there's going to be some other legislation coming down the line. So now's the time to talk about, the struggles your department's having in terms of filling spots.
I think the next slide. Okay.
So right now is a list of the current vacancies, general fund or split funded. You want to go to the next slide? Thank you. So we are currently working with Human Resources to fill vacancies as quickly as possible that the Chief of Staff approves. There is an operational need for these positions. Further reductions of position will impact services, and Public Works averages about 25 to 30 vacancies due to employee turnover and has experienced difficulty in the current labor market attracting and retaining qualified staff due to available salary ranges and residency requirements.
Okay.
Excuse me, he's talking rather fast. You gotta slow down.
Look, so to follow up to that, all right. So these are the current
There's a current
vacant
vacancy,
positions
general
in
fund
this
or
graph.
split funded, yes.
Okay. So can we delve into this a little bit more? Because I think we deserve, because this is going to be a hot button issue. So if we can just talk about the salary ranges, okay? So have we adjusted the salary ranges within the past few years, and do we believe that maybe is a reason why these positions can't get filled, or is there some other reason?
Some positions that we've either upgraded, a few that we have upgraded through the budget, or others that you saw that were upgraded through the appeal process are the only adjustments that have been made. A lot of these positions have not been adjusted in some time. And if you take a look at the private sector and other surrounding government agencies, what they pay, it becomes a struggle.
And just to note, this is just the general fund. So when we talk about the water fund, it gets a little even more severe, just because in the water fund, we're competing directly against water utilities that are adjacent to us. And the water fund, we don't just service the city of Wilmington. We service outside the city of Wilmington. So our customers are in the county as well. So this, I just wanted to point out that what you're seeing here is only the general fund vacancies.
Any questions from council on this?
Yeah, I have a question.
Council member?
Is this part of the 90 vacancies, or this is totally different?
Yeah, the total number of vacancies is about 30, which is, 15% of my staff. But if you'll see, there's definitely key positions. So if you look at the transportation engineer, for example, the transportation department is very small to begin with. And when you take out the key position of engineer, that's where all the traffic studies are done. That's where, people are, looking to see if, a particular sign is warranted, or a particular, design for a reconfiguration of a street is done. And so when those types of key positions can't be filled, that's where the slowdown happens.
Yes.
Mr. Chair, I keep hearing you say they can't be filled. I think they can be filled. That's just the language that y'all are using. I've seen the postings. I've suggested on several occasions just to have a job fair for the city of Wilmington. I mean, this is all over the nation. To me, people are acting like this is just a city of Wilmington problem, and it's not. You can go downtown, there's nobody working. But I think some of these positions can be filled. It's just how you advertise them. I mean, I think y'all just put it on the city's website and think everybody looks at it, and I just don't think that's the case. I mean, I just did a job fair at Department of Labor, and 200 people showed up. They all need jobs. I mean, it's like, I don't get it. You just keep sitting around nobody. I think you just want to pick and choose certain people. It's nowhere in the world that you tell me that a sanitation worker, you can't find, it's just people picking people. They're not, this is my opinion. It's nowhere in the world you can tell me you can't find a sanitation driver. I mean, even in the city of Wilmington, sanitation driver maybe making 40 or 40 something with benefits. A general labor, you can't find a general labor. It was 100 of them up Department of Labor. I'm just saying there are people out there that want to work. It's all how y'all advertising this, and you're picking and choosing who you want. That's the way I look at it. And I'm thinking about this appeals. I keep looking at that. It's the way you treat your employees over there also. It's terrible.
Your response, Commissioner.
So just to respond to the last 2 sanitation drivers that we hired, we gave them the job, and then they declined on the spot when they saw what the salary was. And that was, 2 weeks ago. HR manages the process with respect to how it's advertised. It's not coming from the department at all. We have recommended that they do a more widespread job of managing, where they advertise. But CDL drivers in commercial driving respects, Walmart's paying $100,000. We can't compete with that. I've had a driver show me an offer letter for $100,000 for a CDL driver. That's why we can't find sanitation drivers. It's actually why we've been canceling the sanitation route for the last couple weeks, because I don't have enough drivers. Our actual supervisors are getting on the trucks. So, but I was really more
I ain't gonna
speaking
get
to sort of the transportation engineer position. The engineers, the more professional positions, they are very, very difficult to fill, with a residency requirement. They've been posted many, many times. The equipment operator, 4 jobs, 5 jobs, anything with a CDL, they're just continuing to be posted over and over. And to your point, Councilwoman, it is absolutely a national problem.
Yeah, that's what I'm
Absolutely.
saying. It's a
Absolutely.
national
Not
problem.
just a city of Wilmington problem.
Right.
It is by far a national problem, especially in the water sewer industry. I just came back from a conference. Every single water utility out there is talking about that.
So first round of questions on this.
So I'm just gonna follow up.
Well, I still have first round, so I'm gonna go to.
I mean, I'm
first.
not finished what I was saying.
Okay.
And
Okay.
then I'm gonna be done. Just to the commissioner's point, I met with Daniel Walker for Newcastle County. I mean, for the state, they have close to 3,000 openings. I mean, so I just keep saying and they hire people from all over. So I just hope this presentation stays about the budget and not keep talking about residency, because that to me is a whole nother conversation. I mean, I can see you making your point, but we just can't keep talking about residency here, because that's a whole nother topic. And I'm done with it. Like I said, it was 200 people at Department of Labor. They had CDL drivers. I'm saying maybe, work with some other agencies and see if it's some CDL. I just think it's just the way we're going about advertising this. And so I don't want to keep getting in it. And it's also a lot to do with the way people are being treated in certain departments. I mean, I can go back to a manager over in the street clean that should have been got a raise, and we went back and forth with that, and he didn't get it, but that's an HR. But I'm saying, so when you talk about things we can do internally, we're not doing it, and then you wonder why people are leaving, because they're not being treated fairly. And, we don't want to allow people to work from home once a week. Times have just changed, and that's all I have to say.
Okay. Councilmember Darby. Thank you.
Yes, I had a few questions, and some of them were addressed with Councilmember Oliver. But is there a way, maybe next time or the next Public Works, to list the salary range for these positions too? And also, in regards to, I know we keep talking about this residency thing. If the pay is low, nobody wants it. Not even people in Newark. Oh, it's listed. Thank you. Not people in Newark, not people wherever you guys want to keep hiring people, since y'all don't want City of Wilmington people. But I just think even with the professional ones, we have like HBCU week. We encourage all these black students to go to HBCU. We tell them, go get a degree. Are we hiring them when they come back? Like, those are City Wilmington kids. So we have a network and a line. So I think that's more HR, like you were going to say. And I was going to ask if you're involved in that. But since you're not, we can get off that topic. But really listing the pay. But I think it should be listed for the public to see what some of these salary ranges are. And I also want to say I know someone who was hired in Public Works and quit within 2 days because of the toxic work environment. And I think maybe there should be something in the budget line or HR, I don't know if it would be in Public Works, to talk about internally how, or look at or assess how employees are feeling or being treated. I don't know if you need to do a survey throughout the Public Works Department to figure out how do you improve the culture of the work environment for employees, because a lot of people don't want to work in toxic work environments, or it is what it is. And I think we could do a better job, like Councilmember Oliver said, at advertising, posting it, and just saying no one's applying from Wilmington isn't sufficient for me. But thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much. And Councilmember Field, thank you.
Yes, so I saw a slide that was provided by the City of Wilmington's HR, which compared the salaries for Newark with the salaries for Wilmington. And the salaries for Newark were generally substantially higher. So it does seem like a lot of these positions, the salaries are below what other municipalities are paying. What efforts are being made to raise the salaries, or maybe this isn't a public works, that's not your wheelhouse, but perhaps there could be other things, like other incentives to add to the competitiveness of the job, a housing rebate, property tax rebate. But what steps could be made by Public Works to raise the salaries of these jobs?
So that's
Excuse me.
mostly an HR
Yeah.
question.
If you don't mind.
Chief of Staff.
That's Chief of Staff Washington.
So, many of you know there's a class and compensation study going on right now as we speak, and it's due to be completed by May. In all likelihood, it's going to tell you that these positions should be paid more. But with that, you have to have the revenue to be able to put them in a position to pay more. So we don't have, I mean, we're going to adjust accordingly, but this is going to be a phased approach. It's not going to happen overnight. So I don't want to give anybody any false expectations that once we get this class and compensation study completed, that everything is going to get increased all at once. But we are making an effort to try to understand what the market is dictating that we pay for these positions. So I just wanted to make that point.
Thank you very much, Chief of Staff. Councilmember Bracy?
I think my question has been answered. I was really going to ask similar to what Councilman Field just referenced about how do we become more competitive, because it sounds to me that there's a larger issue at play than just residency. It's really around salary and being competitive. So thanks, Chief of Staff.
All right. Thank you very much.
Okay, I have a question, Mr. Chair, if you don't mind.
Yes,
Thank you.
Councilman.
Director, the transportation engineer that you mentioned, my constituents in the first have asked for.
One Zoom call to the.
That's one of them right there, I guess. They've asked for stop signs at various intersections. They've asked for crosswalks. And we put that request in, but would the lack of transportation engineer be a delay in the request from the First District residents to get that done?
Sure. In the transportation division, there's just a general delay on the KPIs in general. There's just that entire department is understaffed and struggling a bit. So what we could do, 3 years ago is taking longer now, from top to bottom, just because 3 years ago we had a director, an engineer, we had the CAD GIS engineering coordinator. That position was in there. Then, there's a few other people as well, lower down that were also filled. So we had a fully staffed department, which just meant things ran smoother, things got done more quickly, that kind of, where now it's everything is just a little is slower and taking more time.
Thank you. No other questions.
And we can follow up on this. And I think I speak for all my colleagues that this is an urgent need. Okay, Commissioner, I think Public Works probably is, I guess, the second largest department in the city, besides police department. So police officers, we always make sure that's filled. But this is very critical. I think all of us on council, are interfacing with Public Works every day. So however we can have a plan, I know this budget doesn't include the compensation, but if we need to figure out compensation in the grand scheme of things, let's do that now. So I'm just making a note, and we'll follow up on this. But I know I probably echo the sentiments of all my colleagues that if we need to level up, even find a phased approach, let's try to fill these positions, because
I appreciate
this list is scary.
Yeah.
This is a scary list.
I mean,
I'm just being frank.
we don't complain often. We really don't.
Well, please complain. I mean, you have to tell us. This is why we're here. You have to let us know, because we can't help shape the city and make sure our constituents get the services.
We really
we
do
get constant
get a lot done.
complaints about trash and other things, and trash not being picked up. And if we can avoid having that happen, let's have that conversation now. So So thank you very much.
And Chris,
Yes.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to make another statement. When Bryant Mitchell was here, you can call him, he came out. Now you have individuals who come out, do a whole survey. You just ask for a stop sign and you gotta get a whole survey done and you need this done. Just put up the freaking stop sign. If it was 6 accidents there, put it up. So you don't have a person like Bryant Mitchell here. He was one of a kind, but a lot of this is just, it's different people in these positions that just hold up progress also. What is a stop sign? If it was already there, if you had 4 or 5 accidents, we gotta call DelDOT. We'll get back with you in a month, 2 months. It's ridiculous. So some of it's not just all of this, it's some internal. That's all I have to say.
All right, so, in the end, I want to move forward so we could, since we did spend a lot of time on this position, but it was well-needed time on this, question, very critical. If we can move on to were there any position changes? I believe we saw the 2 appeals on there. I believe we already, spoke on that, correct?
Correct.
Okay. The changes. All right, if we move to question 3, discuss the sanitation fleet, again, moving back to sanitation. I believe there's a increase in rubbish. And I don't know if that's just salaries or is it COLA or is it a mix?
This here was related to overtime. You talking about the third question? Yeah, okay.
Yes.
So, essentially, that question asked from 2020 through 22 and shows an increase in regular salaries. So, I've been here and I get asked this question every year. Do we upgrade or, eliminate or add any positions? We have added no sanitation positions. We have upgraded no sanitation positions. The increases in regular salaries is due to, union contract, related COLA and mandatory step grade increases.
Okay. All right, and then moving to question 4 about overtime.
Okay.
Is there any mechanism to control that cost? Again, I know there's manpower, woman power issues, but looking at that, is there any way we can try to manage that?
Well, our supervisors, the breakdown that on these couple slides here gives a breakdown by division, but all of our supervisors are engaged currently using Kronos timekeeping system. No overtime is allowed to be worked without getting permission from the supervisor or manager of that division. The question also asked about overtime being over the last 2 years. In the last 2 COVID years, we had to bring people in to do special tasks that we normally don't have to do, which involved specialized cleaning of the buildings, temperature checks for employees, and so forth. So that's what drove that.
Okay. All right, moving to question 5. You have a question, Councilmember White?
Again, we just slow it down a little bit. I know we're here for a long evening, but I want to make certain we consume the material. Can you go back to, thank you. Slide 4? Did I miss it? Thank you.
Overtime?
Oh, those are questions. Now we're getting the answers, right? Okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
This is the overtime.
Thank you.
Yep.
Well,
And
this is general fund. Did I miss a slide or did I get answers?
I don't believe you missed the slide.
Okay, thank you.
coming
Thank you,
up,
Mr. Chairman. My apologies.
Okay, no problem. So then moving to the question 5, which is the fee and consultant line.
Right.
We've noticed an increase there, actually 16%, and which seems fairly large. Can you explain what that increase is due to?
Can you go back a couple slides? They're jumping ahead. Okay, so this asks about consultants, engineering, and temp agencies. The vendor name, if any vendors are DBEs, hourly wages and lengths for temporary or limited service or contract employees, and also asks about shared use of employees between sanitation and street cleaning divisions. Can you go to the next slide, please? Okay, so this is a breakdown of the subgroups for consultants, for professional services fees for engineering, Tech International. That's highlighted or bolded and italicized. There is a DBE engineering firm that we use, and there's a breakdown of the length of contract and the scope and services and the number of years we've been doing business with each of those firms. Can you go to the next slide, please?
Excuse me, question. It says
Yes,
specify
that's
if
Councilmember.
any vendors are DBEs. How many vendors do you have that are DBEs?
One in that group is Tech International.
Just one?
That's the only one that I'm aware of.
Are you able to go back? Sorry.
That's terrible.
Yes, yes, you can go. Well, you have a question, Councilmember Darby? Before he continues.
I wanted to see which one was DBE.
We can go back to the list, WITN.
The one there
which one?
in professional fees engineering, Tech International, the one that's bolded.
In the middle group.
Mr. Chair, could I ask a question follow-up after Councilwoman Darby if she's,
Do you have a question on that,
thank
Councilmember?
you.
Okay. Councilmember
Leave that slide up, thank you. I see a lot of length of contracts 1 year. And I see length of service 11 years. So can you speak about, am I missing something?
The contract will be for 1 year, but some of these firms, I went back and checked, they always asked us the length of service or how long we've been doing business with the firm. So I got to go back and I check through our Munis system, some of the firms, in this case, the data records only go back to 2006. That's when we went to Munis. So some firms that have 17 years, for instance, Pannoni or Tech International, we have POs going back to 2006. That's simply all that means.
Thank you, Deputy. Let's make it more of a conversation. How many of these are consecutive years of service?
A lot of them are. Some not, some are.
Let's just take your response. A lot of them are.
Yep.
I mean, in my business, I normally get a better rate across the board if I negotiate a multi-year contract. Do you not find that be the same with what you?
No, not necessarily. So when they're, usually these professional contracts are done on an hourly basis. So they're professional, they're giving us an hourly fee. But what a 1-year contract allows us to do is it allows us to really evaluate at the end of the year whether their services have been worth it for us. So we look at them and say, have they done what we've expected them to do at the end of the year? And it allows me and us and the rest of the directors to say, have you done your job? And it doesn't guarantee them a 2-year, 3-year, 4-year, opportunity to do what they're looking to do, right? So, in my experience, it hasn't. You don't necessarily get a better deal for 3 years or 5 years when it's an hourly service, and then in this year-to-year service, many times they'll say that they'll hold their hourly fee at the end of that 1 year. That's been what our experience has been.
If I may ask, with all due respect, there's consecutive contracts. Many of them are consecutive contracts.
Mm-hmm.
And if it's based on your professional opinion that you don't get a better rate in negotiating a multi-year contract, even on an hourly basis, I'm just wondering about those negotiation skills because, again, people respond to the fact that they know that they have work. And you mentioned that at the end of the contract period, you've evaluated the first year to determine if you want to do the second year or any other years. So you have history on a number of these contracts that you've decided that they did work enough. I'm going to give them another 1 year. So I'm going to ask the question, is there any value? Well, let me make sure I heard you. You're saying that there's no value that, in your professional opinion, from negotiating multi-year contracts.
I didn't say there was no value. I just said that it's not necessarily that there's a better value of doing multi-year contracts.
But have you explored it, Mr. Chairman? So have you explored any template that you've negotiated multi-year?
Absolutely.
And the results were.
We've engaged in multi-year engineering contracts before, where principal engineers who were essentially the persons we were trying to get to because they were most familiar with the needs of the city left during the term of the contract, and the company was not. They weren't able to provide the same level of service. Therefore, we either ended the contract, didn't assign them any more work, or went to somebody else to get the job done.
Wow. I appreciate your responses. I'll do a follow-up a little bit later. Thank you.
Councilmember McCoy.
Thank you. So this basically is mostly to our consultants. You said the hourly people, consultants, engineers, temp agencies. Because I think we had a question similar to this for finance. And length of contract, I think that was brought before us, was just 1 year, but it had the option to extend, to continue to, like an extension, I think, for up to 4 years. Is that something similar to what's going on here? Okay. So I think that probably needs to be more, explained out, that even though you do have the option of leaving after a year, if it doesn't suit you, you are still able to hold that price range for a multitude of years, if, through the contract, if need be.
That's right. Many of them are written that way.
Yeah. Thank
Not all of them, though. It's only some of them.
Okay.
Not everybody will commit to that.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Chairman, I just asked for the record that we get a list of consecutive years of service on these contracts that would be that consecutive, well, just get a list of consecutive year contracts for better evaluation of this practice. Thank you.
All right, and Councilmember White, Ms. Bassnight has that written down.
Thank
So we'll follow up.
Thank you.
All right,
I just like to follow up.
yes, Councilmember.
Mr. Chair, you and I discussed this before again with the DEBs. And once again, it's only one. I mean, this is the second largest department in the city of Wilmington, and it's only one DEB. We discussed this before. That's sad, and I can't wait to see that study. I mean, I'm sure it's going to expose more, but I mean, all these years, all this money in this department, and you have one, and then you wonder why it's, the toxic, whatever's going on.
All right, we can move to, no other question on this one. We can move to the next slide. I believe the question about the increase in the landfill and recycling fees. And also, this is important, there's been several questions just about if you could answer each of the subsections about special pickups and also sanitation for commercial properties.
If you can go to the next slide, please. All right, so the landfill fees is for disposal in fiscal '24 of approximately 28,000 tons at $72 a ton. Recycle bank program line has 351,000 with the planned replacement of 10% of our existing containers. For the fiscal years 21, 22, and 23, tonnage collected is on the screen and the associated tipping fee. You can go to the next slide, please. The other piece of this for various fiscal years was the diversion rate of recycling to municipal solid waste rates in the chart on the screen. And the other piece was the number of special pickups and the revenue generated. That's in the chart on the right. Also, questions were asked about robocalling. So the call center is looking to implement robocalling in FY24. We've begun interaction with Salesforce already. The average number of NTs for these are special pickups not at the address when we respond is approximately 10% annually. In order to provide trash and recycling services to the commercial properties we're currently servicing, which is prohibited by City Code Section 45250, the ongoing landfill fees of approximately $100,000 a year are incurred annually. Front-load garbage trucks that service these commercial properties are both due to be replaced. If these were to be replaced, the cost of that would be just over $800,000. And the current diversion rate of 16.9% is saving the city $172,593 in landfill fees.
Question, if I may, Mr. Chair.
Yes, Councilmember.
So in my household, people ask, does the recyclable really get separated from the trash?
It does. It goes to a different place.
Thank you.
So that we don't pay a tipping fee to dispose of the recyclables.
Okay.
So we have to we run the truck, we pick them up, but there's no tipping fee. They take them for nothing because it's a recyclable product.
Thank you. And is there any thoughts or educate me regarding single stream waste?
We are doing we're doing single stream recycling now.
Oh, recycling.
Single stream recycling. So it was one container and the glass, metal, plastics, all the recyclable materials go into the one container, the recycling container that we provide.
And again, I don't read too well, so how much is that saving us on the recycling costs?
At the current diversion rate, which is a fiscal 23 of 16.9%, it saves us $172,000 this year in landfill fees. So if that recycling wasn't being diverted to the MRF, the facility that we take the recycling to, if it went to the landfill, we would pay an additional $172,000 in tipping fees.
Thank you. May I just ask, the front-loaded garbage trucks that are serving commercial properties,
Yep.
are the users paying that full number for operation?
Oh, no. These trucks, the two that are up to be replaced now, I ended up purchasing used when we first went into front-load dumpsters. I think both these trucks were purchased around 2011, 2012. They're both up for replacement now, hence the reason we're trying to get out of the commercial business.
How much of the usage fees are covering the cost of replacing those trucks?
There is no usage fee. These properties are being serviced. The recycling or the municipal solid waste, the trash collection services are built into the property tax. We're not charging any kind of fee.
In your professional opinion, is that wise or unwise?
We're looking to comply with the city code section and get out of that commercial business. We've had rulings by the law department before where we cannot go in and undercut the market and try to compete with for-profit haulers. That would have to be done under a separate enterprise fund. We'd have to charge usual and customary rates. This is not a business we want to be in.
All right, but have you made the request to council regarding that?
Since 2017, we've been eliminating properties that we should not have been picking up.
It's been a phase.
But not a change to the law?
It's already,
The
it's
code
already
says
in
we
law.
shouldn't pick them up. That's why as we
Thank
find
you.
them, we're eliminating them.
Thanks for the education, I appreciate it.
All right. Thank you very much. Yes, Councilmember McCoy. I believe Councilmember Mills. Oh, okay, you're right. Councilmember McCoy.
Yes, thank you. Actually, I was very surprised to see that about the front load garbage trucks because I do know that we have been eliminating commercial properties. Wanted to find out, have we seen any real cost savings since 2017? We've been getting that list smaller and smaller.
Yeah, the number that's all going to be, primarily in the landfill fees since nothing else has changed. We've seen the budget at that time, we were budgeting approximately 30,000 tons a year in landfill fees. That's come down to 28. The actuals, I'd have to get from the sanitation what we actually collected in those years. You saw some of that in the previous years, but the tonnage we've been collecting up until COVID came down. Once COVID came in, we had a 30 to 40% increase in collection rate because everybody was home and decided they wanted to clean out their basements. I mean, we were throwing 525 tons of trash and recycling a week.
Well, I'm sorry, I just had one follow-up. I just wanted to find out, because that we're serious about the commercial properties, then why are we replacing these trucks? If we're serious about,
Right now, there's no plan. That's why we're trying to get rid of what few commercial properties we are still collecting because we don't want to replace these trucks. Essentially, they're out of life now, and we're doing what we can to hold them together until arrangements can be made.
okay, thank you.
We can move on to the next slide. Oh, Councilmember Darby.
Yes. Now, I had a question about the robocalls. I think it's great to do that. Have you guys thought of sending text messages? I think people read text messages more than answer. If I don't know the number, I don't even pick up.
That's something that Salesforce can do
Okay.
as part of their platform.
Yeah, and I barely check my voicemail either, so just don't leave it. But also another thing I was thinking, I know with the special pickups, I wanted to understand the charges. So I think for homeowners, there's no charge, but if you're a renter, there is a charge.
That is correct.
What is the charge for renters for special pickup?
$25.
$25 per pickup? Okay.
All right. Moving to the next slide, and again, we're running a little bit short on time, so we're gonna go a little bit brisk, Public Works, okay? So we have parks coming up.
I can talk fast.
All right. So if we can hit just if we can hit the highlights on
Sure.
any highlights with the
Okay, so-
contracted maintenance.
Sure. So contracted maintenance, and it also asks about Amoresco cost share with the county and justifying the 80,000 in contingency funds. If you go to the next slide, please. This is a breakdown of the characters that make up that group and the items underneath them. If you want to go to the next slide, please. Again, The Newcastle County costs are split 70-30 for this building. That's based on occupancy. And the Christina River Bridge approach, that was one of the questions that was asked earlier. That's one of the reasons for increase in the green space maintenance for this year. I'd already talked to that earlier.
I have one question.
Yes.
Another
Councilmember.
question, I'm sorry. Number 14, what is, emergency sidewalk repairs for 1 million? What do you consider emergency sidewalk?
Repairs, under repairs,
On number 14, I'm looking at the question. It says street paving.
No, we're not at.
Well, we're not,
Okay, I
we
thought you
didn't
were
hit that
skipping.
one yet.
Okay, go ahead. I thought you was almost there.
No, we're not on that one. Any question on this slide,
Yes.
Councilmember?
Yeah, it's specifically about the green space maintenance for the Riverfront Development Corporation. So I know currently they're tax exempt. They have $100 million to complete the Riverfront East. Why? And if we're in a struggling year trying to cut back, we can't pay employees better wages. Why are we increasing it from 200K to 290K? Why did we agree to do that?
Okay, so under an agreement with an MOA with DelDOT, when they constructed the Christina River Bridge and the approach, once that project was done, those roadways and the right-of-way became the daily maintenance responsibility of the city.
Okay, and then I just have another question then. So I know with the other DelDOT 90, the highway, we're doing the traffic signals. We were taking over the communications
So,
part for
yeah,
that.
I talked a little bit about that.
Yeah,
when
so,
we,
no. My question just about that is, isn't that a state road?
So the traffic signals, even on the state roads within the city of Wilmington, are the responsibility of Public Works. So essentially that 90,000, that's in one of the future slides on here. The communication costs allow our signals, the smart signals, to be able to be addressed by DelDOT's TMC. If we need to make adjustments to timing, signal timing on the fly, if we don't have that, then I've got to roll a truck out there with 2 signal electricians to manually make timing changes to signals, and it's not just one, it's just signals in the surrounding blocks.
Oh, okay.
So by having these connected to DelDOT's TMC, they can do all the programming in a computer, and it sends all the updated logic to the PLCs and the signal controllers and changes the signal timing.
Basically, DelDOT's just asking us to pay the cell phone bill.
Right, that's it.
The bill
The cellular
to
communication charges.
just communicate between those and Dover.
Yes,
That's all they're asking.
I know the state asking us for money is kind of like, come
They
on,
paid-
y'all.
They paid for all the infrastructure, though.
They could do it.
They paid for all the signals, the controllers, they paid for all of it to go in before the bridge project.
All right, thank you.
Okay.
All right, I believe Councilmember Field has some questions.
Oh, I have several questions for 2 slides from now, motor vehicle stuff.
Okay, so, all right.
Slides from now.
So if you hold those, any ones on this slide? If not, we can move to the next one. Anything on number 8?
Okay, so this
just
is
highlights.
I'm sorry, this is the second part of this. So the Amoresco project was split with the county, 70-30 based on occupancy. As part of this project, what it allowed us to do was update the lighting throughout the building and the heating system when it was done. And then the other part asked about the contingency funds. They were used specifically for land use and planning and license and inspection, reorganization for workspace configuration and furniture within the building due to the splitting out of that department.
All right, we can move to the next slide. Any highlights here?
Municipal street aid, budgeted at the same amount as last year. We're moving forward. Dealt with Delmarva. They're doing their phase of for the lights that they own. That should be completed this year. They're going to provide an updated inventory as part of this project. There's also about 1,000 city-owned streetlights that were not converted under the first phase that we did because of problems that were encountered. We're going to look to move forward with a addendum and a next phase for that to get those converted in '24. And we've also encountered a number of privately owned streetlights that we're going to look to move into the city's inventory so we can control them.
All right. Next slide.
Electricity costs.
I know we touched on that briefly.
Yep.
in the opening. Is there anything else to add to
Yeah,
that?
I mean, so I kind of touched on it. We manage our electricity cost through our procurement process with Enstra Analytics. The city streetlights I've talked about, we're going to be looking to convert move all of our streetlights and all the Delmarva streetlights to the LED tariff, thereby saving electricity costs moving forward.
Yes, it's Councilmember Fields.
We did, of the city-owned lights that were done was 2,267 lights. There's some orphan lights out there that are either private or ones that were, the electrical circuits, wiring to them were in such bad shape they couldn't be done. That's approximately 1,000. We will know that better once Delmarva finishes their inventory audit, and then they had about 3,414 of the Delmarva-owned lights that were being converted. The goal is by the end of '24 that every street light within the city would be converted to LED under the new lower tariff.
Yes, please.
That's part of the task that our traffic shop, our transportation division does when we have the staff to go out and do it. Some of the poles are being replaced with decorative, if they're getting bad shape. 311, put a service request in, they'll get somebody on it.
Transportation engineers not around.
Quick thing, Councilmember Fields, can you turn on your mic? It's. I think.
Can you hear me now?
Okay.
Follow-up question, Mr. Chair, if I may.
Yes,
Regarding streetlights, how many of our streetlights are solar powered?
None.
Can you comment to why? Is it not feasible? I don't want to
Well,
put
the
words in your
majority
mouth.
of them are owned and operated by Delmarva, so that would be a question that we'd have to pose to Delmarva. But the ones that we own and sort of operate, I mean, the electricity is supplied by Delmarva. We looked into the panels, and it was cost prohibitive. Like it.
Cross prepare for
Yeah,
phasing them in
yeah,
or for just?
To convert 2,000 lights into solar lights, it was much more than we could afford.
So you have a study to that you can enlighten me on that. You have a study.
I'm sorry.
You completed a study?
It wasn't a study, it was a ballpark. Somebody presented it to us at a, this is what it would cost, and it was in the $3 to $4 million range. Whereas, the cost to convert to just LED, we could do through an ESCO program at a much lower cost.
But surely, if we bit the bullet and converted them at $3 million cost, at some point we would not have this discussion about the cost of operating the lights. Does that make?
Sure, yeah, but at the time, 5 or 6 years ago, it just was not even feasible in our budget or in our capital improvement program.
And just a quick follow-up. So we had $23 million. We did the capital improvements as your slide number 2 or 3 stated. I know there were different.
That's separate. That's water sewer, those
Yeah, that's
projects.
yeah.
None of that was related to traffic or.
Okay,
And this was under a different commissioner. And I'm just giving you a history of what I vaguely know of.
Is there any thoughts to refreshing the numbers on that?
The studies that we've done working with Delmarva is making the move to LED. They last longer than high-pressure sodium. You get approximately 10-plus years out of the fixture, and the wattage draw on those fixtures for putting out the same amount of lumens as a comparable wattage high-pressure sodium light, the tariff cost is much, much lower. The payback, I think we figured was about 6 years.
The lights, actually, they're warranted for 20 and last about 30.
Thank you.
All right. Councilmember Darby.
Yeah, is there a schedule to the LED lights? Like, are you doing it by district or by how the schedule? And then my second part, before I get into the schedule, I don't see anywhere on here a mention of the increase for about $16,000 for Christmas lights. Call me the Grinch, but I don't see why we need $16,000 more for Christmas lights. So those are my two things.
So the LEDs that we own are already converted completely, and Delmarva has completed all of the lights that they are going to do, minus the lights that are in particular neighborhoods that we are working with Delmarva with respect to a particular aesthetic in some of those neighborhoods. There are about, we assume, 1,500 to 2,500 what we call orphan lights that we are identifying that are either privately owned or owned by DelDOT, or maybe Parks owns, that we're trying to sort of capture under one umbrella. But the majority of the lights are already done.
Oh, okay. I gotta check my block then.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
All right.
And then the Christmas lights, what's the purpose?
That wasn't for lights, that's for trees.
For trees,
Yeah,
for Christmas trees?
For artificial trees.
For
that
the-
we can take
So
So we won't have
$16,000 more
to keep-
dollars for Christmas trees?
Three different places, one
Yeah.
for this building, one for the mayor's office, and one for the Turner Complex.
One-time purchase.
One-time.
We've been purchasing live trees, so now we get on the artificial tree, and we won't have to keep making that large purchase every year.
All right. Very well. Now we are running, again, a little short on time, so I would like to move to the very important topic, which is question 14, the capital budget. We have to discuss this. We need to know what's the justification for the request for street paving, the emergency sidewalk repair. And for the public, all the slides will be on the city council budget website, so any topic we don't actually cover in depth here, the answers will be provided on the city website. And any follow-up questions can go to council, and we will make sure they're addressed, because we can't, discuss every question in full in the live proceeding, but we will, of course, have the answers online, okay? But I did want to touch on 14, because I believe there may be several questions on that. I think it's the question before. I think
the numbers are off.
Yeah, the numbers are off a little bit. WITN, yes. This slide, 13. Can we discuss the capital budget program?
All right, so there's two projects in general fund capital budget: street paving at 10 million, that's 5 million for each of the 2 years, and emergency sidewalks for $1 million or 500,000 for each year. And the street paving and reconstruction is for repaving and reconstruction of streets throughout the city based on condition and use. We're currently doing a pavement condition assessment post I-95 viaduct project to determine where the best use of funds are. And the emergency sidewalk repairs are for complaints that we get for sidewalks that are damaged either by tree roots or other means that pose a safety hazard that we go after.
Mr. Chair.
Yes.
So that's my question.
Yes, Councilman Oliver.
It's been an emergency sidewalk, the lady's house, for 5 years. Once again, if Bryant Mitchell was here, something would have been done. Nobody's responding. Nobody's doing anything. That's what I'm saying. What does that mean in emergency for me? I mean, how far does it go? Or who do I report it to, who I send the pictures to? Because nothing's been done in 5 years. She's 80-something years old. So that's my question. Would that be, what does emergency sidewalk repairs mean?
So if the sidewalk is uneven, cracked to the point where the pads are up and present a tripping hazard, as funding becomes available, we go out and address it. Again, that's separate from the work we do for ADA curb ramps. That happens along with the paving project.
So who do I email it to? Because I'm the public.
311, our call center. If we get a request, we'll get it scheduled.
You just tell me one person to email, because I've been doing this for 5 years. Just give me a person to email.
Lynn Klaus in my office.
Email who?
Lynn Klaus in our office.
Mr. Chair, just follow-up question. Without naming any names, made a similar request, got a response. But I want to, just for clarity, in the first, we have a block that's, just as you described, Deputy, severe, due to tree roots. But I was told, because it was a commercial property, we have to go to the commercial holder.
The trees in that particular block, I saw that email come across.
Thank you.
The trees in that particular block are not city street trees. They're owned by the property owner. So they need to either cut their trees back, get the roots dealt with, and once they deal with the roots, we'll come in and put sidewalk in.
And should they not? Should they not?
I can't, we can't go on private property and cut their trees down.
So that sidewalk, and again, just for clarification,
I
because
get it. I
I've
saw
got
the pictures
residents
of it.
calling, that's a private sidewalk.
No, the trees.
Oh, the trees.
The trees and the roots that are damaging and lifting the sidewalk squares are on private property. We don't own the trees. So
Thank you.
And that, someone has already reached out to them about getting their trees either cut back or getting the roots cut away so that we can go in and work.
Can we
on-
follow up offline about whoever made that request?
Sure.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, while we're on that note, I do have one question. And where are we in the process of finding a city arborist or the arborist consultant? Because I believe that position is still vacant.
So, in the forestry division.
Forestry.
There are 4 positions. 3 of them are open. The arborist position is filled, but the urban forest administrator, who is the top person, that is open and not filled. It's been posted 3 or more times. And then there's the arborist, and there's one of him, and then there's 2 tree climbers below him, the people who actually do the physical work. And those have been posted several times and not been filled.
Those are vacant too. Okay. All right. Councilmember Fields.
Yeah, my question was basically about the sidewalks and the trees. So you have to wait for the arborist to come. Do you have to wait for you have to wait for the arborist to fix that tree in order for you to work on the sidewalk, right?
It depends, right? So if it's a tree sidewalk issue, if it's strictly a sidewalk issue, that's a sidewalk problem, right? So you make a request, we go out and look at it. If we have the funds, we'll fix it. If we don't, if we're short on funds, that's when we start working off a list. If it's a tree issue, then yes. The arborist will go out and look at the tree, see what can be done. There's some creative things that we can do to try to keep the tree. The arborist and the forestry department is paid out of the water fund, not out of the general fund. And the general purpose of the forestry department is to expand our tree canopy because, that improves the health and and the general welfare of communities. Trees are known to improve air quality and water quality. So the idea is really to help and maintain trees as much as possible. So the idea would be come up with a creative solution or a helpful solution to keep the tree and the sidewalk, not necessarily just chop the tree down. But it has to be a city tree. It's not necessarily has to be a city tree. It can't be a private property tree. It's not, we don't do private property trees, and we don't do necessarily trees in the alleyways either. So, it's a tree program. That's really what it is. But, that's why it's paid out of the water fund.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
One more question.
Yes, please.
So, if it's the tree, if we take the tree down, there's other trees that we could plant there that don't grow under
that's
that
correct.
don't you know what I
Right,
mean?
with
So
a root system,
Right.
right, a root barrier, right, and now all the trees that we require and being planted have to have a root barrier to make the roots grow down so
Okay.
that they do not disturb the sidewalks any longer.
okay, so that's where I'm kind of going with
Yeah.
this because this tree is the one particular tree that I'm talking about. Like the sidewalk is like literally up, and it is on it is a city sidewalk. So, my thing is, and I know I know everybody likes the trees in the air and they touching the trees and stuff, but I need that tree down for me, another tree there, and fix my sidewalk. That's all. Fix the sidewalk. But no, I get what you're saying.
Yeah.
So in layman terms, what about, are we looking for, or are you all looking for, temp people to come do the arboring and the,
Yeah, we are. It is. We are. We have 6 different individual tree companies that are supporting us.
okay.
But only one arborist to manage those 6 different tree companies.
I can help. No, I'm just joking.
You see what I'm saying? So, Yeah.
Okay, I get it. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Darby.
Yeah, I just want to confirm. So if there's a tree sidewalk problem and the tree is private, the arborist for the city will not go and cut that. It's the responsibility of. So what I am like hearing like throughout my district is that people can't afford to cut their tree down. Like the majority of people can't. So then we get into this issue of the sidewalk never gets fixed and the tree stays there, right? So maybe in future budgets or capital programs, we can look at tree sidewalks, even for privately owned, because I also have another issue in my district with unpaved alleyways, right? And since they're not paved or they're destroyed really bad, I know the alleyway behind my house, a lot of people run through there, and y'all talking about public safety from the police, and the police ain't running. They try to get their car through there, and they can't get their car through the alleyway, right? So you're talking about like public safety and those things, like paving alleyways and getting trees even removed from private properties. If people can't, most people just can't, most people don't have an extra whatever it costs to remove a tree. I had to remove a tree too, but it was during COVID and they gave out extra checks, so I was just spending. But they, but most people just don't have the money, right, to remove that type stuff. So how do we like think about that for future budgets?
We'll have to think about it and talk about, you know, it sounds like some sort of assistance program or, you know, maybe working with an organization like DCH or another environmental organization who would, you know, could take one tree down and plant two others in another area, right? So we would just have to sort of expand our thinking on handling trees, and I'll look forward to talking to you about it.
Yeah, and even alleyways too. I'm getting that a lot in my district, and then also where those garages are. And a lot of people are having issues with the paving to where the garages are for a lot of the areas in my district. So, yeah.
Councilmember McCoy.
Thank you. I just had a question. First, I didn't know whether or not the forestry arborist, that program, whether or not it's public works or parks. And the question is whether or not you're keeping track of how many trees are actually being taken down. I've actually had trees taken down because they were bad. They either split, fell, whatever. And from what I'm being told, that we have to replace each tree with 2 trees. It's been a long time since that department was actually full. So are y'all keeping tracks of how many trees actually are supposed to be planted?
Yeah, so the urban forester who was previously with us, he actually left in July, and he had a full survey done before he had left. So there was a full canopy survey done of every tree in the city. It's actually mapped out in our GIS program. So we do have a full accounting of what the trees were as of around June of last year. And so with what's happening now, we'll probably need to do some catching up on the number of trees that have been taken down. But yes, the statute is that for every one tree that's taken down, 2 trees should be planted, but it does not mean that that needs to be planted in the same exact area that it was taken down. So if it's an inappropriate area, for example, there's just not enough space, then it can go into a park. You know, which may be a more appropriate place, or, you know, somewhere else in your neighborhood. And we would be open to that.
All right. Thank you very much. We can move to the next. Councilmember Harley. Sorry about that.
Yes, that's okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have one quick question regarding the funding for the sidewalks. My question is this. Is the amount that is being asked or allotted this budget year, is it the same amount or is it being increased? That's my first question.
This was an increase over the FY22 CIP. That was at 500K.
Okay. Yes, because I was going to ask the question in terms of the requests that come in based on the funding that we have available. It seems like, you know, that could be tracked in terms of how we can start thinking about allocating funding for the next budget year, because I know just listening to the conversation, it was mentioned indirectly how are we sort of like, tracking or paying attention to these different requests that come through as it relates to the sidewalk? And then my second question is this. It notes emergency. Is there some type of guideline that you use to determine what is considered an emergency that would would indicate your coming out of your bucket? Because I do know that the state have a bucket of dollars too that helps with sidewalks. So how do you determine the emergency? You have a guideline. That's my question.
Well, typically, if it's an emergency sidewalk repair, it would be something that licensed inspections or our engineers have gone out and looked at and determined that it was a hazard. There's always, as you mentioned, the state legislators in the CTF program. We've often encouraged constituents to contact their state representatives and senators to get money through CTF, because as you indicated, DelDOT through the CTF program does a lot of sidewalk work around the city as well. That's always another option for funding.
Oh, excuse me.
Correct.
Yes.
Yeah. So
I'm sorry. I just wanted to mention
Chief,
that
Steph.
in the this year's bond bill request to the state, we did ask for an additional $1 million for emergency sidewalk repairs.
Awesome. That's exactly where I was going. So thank you, Chief of Staff. Thank you. That's all I have, Mr. Chair.
All right. And again, if there's any further questions about sidewalks, please direct them to Marshall, and we'll get the answers. As I know it's very important what this plan is for street paving and sidewalks. We'd like to move to the next slide, the WITN, as we are wrapping up. This is regarding motor vehicle fleets. Can you highlight what that program is? We noticed there's a significant increase. Why?
Okay, so this is the fleet replacement plan, and it's based on age and mileage of the vehicles. The amount went up due to increases in fleet costs just across the nation. Last year, we also deferred approximately $1 million in spending because of availability of vehicles, so that had to be picked up. The vehicles, according to our maintenance contract, need to be replaced according to a certain schedule, or else they incur significantly higher maintenance costs once they're out of life. And frankly, on some of these vehicles, whether they be emergency vehicles or SUVs used in non-emergency status, once these things get to the end of toward end of life, they're in pretty bad shape, so they need to be replaced. But that's the increase this year is for replacement. And the following couple slides show these are the vehicles that are on our list for replacement this year on these two slides. And you also asked if any were added. The added ones are notated in the units column there at the bottom of the list.
Believe Council Member Field has a question.
Yes, and just I also have another question on trash collection that I don't need an answer to now, but I would like to get to pose the question before this hearing ends. My questions are on this slide of, so 2.4 million, this is quite a lot of money on page 9. And so my questions, I'll just read these 3 questions because they're all related. So there's SUVs and there's sedans. So some cars cost more than other cars. Vehicles cost more than other vehicles. I see a fair amount of, to be fair, not so much in your department, but a fair amount of SUVs. When I wonder why aren't sedans or just regular cars being chosen? What is the metric for determining when a car needs to be replaced? Is there a specific mile marker? Because a car could go to 200,000 versus 125.
It's age and mileage. So let's just deal with most of the police interceptors that are on there are 4x4s. The reason that they use them is so they can get around in inclement weather. And all the police vehicles have to be, we typically buy them off state contracts, so we get a significant discount over what you would pay on the lot for a similar type of a vehicle. But in the case of police vehicles, they have to be pursuit rated. They're police pursuit vehicles. So you're limited in what is authorized as a police pursuit vehicle on the state contract into what we can buy. There are not a lot of companies that are making sedans anymore. I mean, the Chargers are one of the few, Dodge, but we've gone and evaluated these in the past with the police department, and they're the SUVs work well. There are some of the sedans that we had into place, like the Caprices. They had problems with the size getting a fully equipped officer with a gun belt in and out of the vehicle. They did not fit well getting in and out of the vehicle, and the SUVs were more conducive to their mission.
So, but, I mean, we haven't had inclement weather in a couple of years. So that to me isn't a very strong reason.
I can tell you when we did, there was when we had to put chains on them, there were cars getting torn up everywhere when they would throw the chains, and it would rip the whole wheel well out of the vehicles. With an all-wheel drive vehicle, we don't run into that.
Understood, but I mean, that doesn't seem like the strongest argument in favor of it
Again,
at this point.
it's
In
getting
other
in and
cities.
out. You got some big guys trying to get in and out of vehicles, and when we were using the sedans, they did not work well. We got a lot of complaints about them.
Is there a specific, because most of these cars that are built in 2014, 2015, 2016 can go to 200,000 miles. What is the,
on emergency vehicles, our metric is 6 years. So once 72 months, then we look to put them on a replacement plan. Obviously, if something's got lower miles, we'll stretch it out a couple years. But a lot of these patrol vehicles have been run 12 hours at a time, a lot of idling time, and so forth. So we try to stick to a 72-month replacement plan. But again, as I said, if it's a staff vehicle and it's in decent shape, we're not paying a lot of maintenance costs for it. They'll stretch out a couple years more sometimes.
Can I get 2 quick follow-ups?
Yes, please.
So can I get a specific mile for each? Could we have a specific, just a list of what is the mileage of each of these vehicles that needs to be replaced? And, because I don't see mileage on here.
Mm-hmm.
And is there an idling policy for these vehicles? Because I do see a lot of vehicles out and about that doesn't seem like they're actively engaged in duty, and I see them on. And when you have a large fleet, that's a lot of cost over the course of a year. So are there any efforts to track idling? And is there a rule against it in the department? Because that seems to me like, my guess is that probably $200,000 of savings or 100.
Within the non-emergency department, yes, there's a rule in the motor vehicle policy about idle time. Within emergency, that's a police or fire department issue. I can tell you from 25 years on the fire department, we were out on a call, those trucks never got shut off.
There's actually a city code that speaks to idling as well.
Okay.
And I have a larger question. I know we talked about it, is chargeable vehicles. Is there a plan to move towards a sustainable Wilmington?
Couple slides down.
Yeah, I mean, and I also wanted to touch on that because I think we talked about fuel and, we know because of climate change, we have to address this as a city. And would you mind moving to that slide?
Sure. Can you go to the next slide, please? Okay, so right here, based on availability on state contracts, some of the replacements that are on the previous 2 slides, if they are available, we would look at hybrids or EVs. Again, state contract saves us a considerable amount of money. That's why we'll typically use that on our purchases. You also asked about state bond bill. There's a fire department ladder truck for $2.5 million. It was submitted for state bond bill consideration. And the chart below is a list of the current hybrid vehicles that are in the fleet.
Well, and just to clarify, hybrid's not an EV.
Yeah, it's electric, right.
Well, it depends on the type.
Mm-hmm.
But, so now, does the city have a charging station?
No.
And okay, so we need a charging station as well. Okay. All right, Councilmember Mills.
This was my question.
Mm-hmm. Oh, okay.
I'm sorry, I was going right toward the electric vehicles and the hybrids as well, but then it came up. Thank you.
Okay.
Is there any thought to increasing these vehicles?
As I said, on the list of vehicles on the previous 2 slides, our Fleet and Contracts Administrator will look to replace with hybrids or EVs if they are available on state contract.
Thank you, sir.
And as a follow-up too, and I think we're right on the same wavelength, is there a plan for it to make Wilmington EV friendly? I understand that there's state legislation that require us to have regulations. Where are we with that process? Because I do get asked by constituents who want to install charging stations. We're moving towards this. Do we have a plan in place?
Yeah.
Yeah, so I could just comment on that. That was one of the follow-up questions number 18. In FY24, the budget does not include any direct funding for electric vehicle charging stations. In response to state legislation SB 187 and the growing demand for electric vehicles, the city engaged with a clean energy consultant called Energetics to help us develop a regulatory framework for electrical vehicle use in the city. Legislation is currently being drafted. It outlines a permitting process for the installation of EV charging stations in the public right-of-way and the use of temporary charging cords that run across the right-of-way. Energetics is also researching on how to best incentivize the private development of EV charging station hubs throughout the city.
Okay.
Is that a slide? You referenced the slide?
Yeah.
Yeah, that was on my page 70. I had to jump ahead a little bit.
Oh, okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, because that's a complaint. I know we hear more and more about the lack of charging stations. This state has a problem, but I hope we can address this problem as a city. All right, so what we'll do now, because we are running short on time, we'll move to public comment and then any last questions by council. Is there any public comments, anybody on Zoom? Okay. Any comments, public comments for Public Works? Okay, all right, seeing none, I'm going to now flip to council for any last comments or questions from council. Councilmember Field.
Yes, I have a question on page 65, rubbish collection, salaries and wages, 65 of this book. So in the last 2-3 years, the city has adopted a policy to provide a standardized wheeled trash can to every household, which basically means that it's wheeled to the curb and it is wheeled to the truck, and the truck does the lifting.
Right.
And as I understand it, employees are not allowed to do any lifting.
Well, that's not generally the case, but typically, if they're basically our employees are told, the sanitation drivers and workers are told, if there's anything on the street, whether it be special pickup, you pick it up off the street. So, as it relates to the operation and the question set from 2020 through 22, and I kind of touched on this earlier in the hearing, there has been no upgrades, no addition of drivers or chuckers. So the increases in regular salaries are due to step grade increases and contractual required cost of living adjustments.
Can I just ask the question and then you can, but my question is, so the technology has made the physical labor significantly less. The effort involved in taking the trash can and pulling it up, putting it in the truck is significantly less. The wheels and the truck are doing the lifting. So again, 1.29 in 2020, 1.929 million to 2.41 million in 2024.
So, Councilmember, we still have the same number of employees. There's still a driver and 2 chuckers on every truck. There's still a total of 18 routes.
Okay.
There's step grade increases 1 through 7 that these employees incur each year, and there's cost of living adjustments that are incurred through union contracts. We have not upgraded these positions in that entire time frame. It's the same number of people doing. They may not have to throw as many bags as they were, but there's still 2 guys jumping off the truck, running down each side of the street, pulling the can down, pushing the button on the tipper and pulling the can back, and the driver's moving along as they do it. And to that note, since 2020 and 21, 2 of the bigger COVID years, the tonnage increased 40%.
I would like to recognize Councilmember Cabrera is in attendance, and we're in the final round of questions for Public Works. Councilmember McCoy, then I have you.
Okay.
Councilmember McCoy.
Thank you. So my last question, I just wanted to find out whether or not we had any type of cost savings because we had such a mild winter that we did not have to use all of the brine in the trucks and things of that nature.
Yeah, we did. So that was on one of the slides. We might have skipped over. The salt usage was rather low this year. We will not use the full budget for salt, as well as for equipment rental. Those are the 2 lines impacted.
Okay. All right. And Councilmember Darby.
Yes, this is specifically for a question we skipped about the number of parking meters slated for replacement. And I think that's really important with the conversation we're having around fees and fines, parking tickets, because I know people have reported being parked at a broken or damaged parking meter and still getting ticketed for being parked there, even when it's broken. So I don't know if you could share the number that are broken and then the plan to get them fixed.
All right, so, yeah, let me go back to that because we did have a slide on it. Okay, so WITN, if you could go to slide number 51.
We have it right here in the book.
Well, it's really more for the public to know too.
All right, so,
Oh,
all right, so essentially, Transportation Department's working very closely with Finance. We're looking to purchase by the end of fiscal '23, new kiosks, which will be multi-space parking meters. So they're going to convert all of the parking spaces in the downtown and riverfront areas to multi-space. So no single space meters are being purchased at this time. However, if any meters are damaged or malfunctioning, whether they be smart meters or regular meters, as long as they're being reported, we will send somebody out either to repair or replace them that day. Because there's a lot of meters that we've taken down in areas where buildings were under construction or renovation, where we pulled the meters, so they're not being put back. They're being put on 2-hour parking, and that's being enforced by the city of Prios. So those meters that we have in storage will be used to replace any parking meters that are damaged, that can't be repaired by our traffic shop.
and the ones that you know are repaired, we have like a timeline or a schedule to when
That
they're,
day.
oh, that day. So
Yeah,
very same day
we get
you're
a
doing.
report, we'll send somebody out, and the other part of the question was the amount of revenue. It's $1 an hour or $10 a day, revenue per meter. So as long as somebody puts in a 311 request or calls our call center and says it's this meter, in such a location, we'll send somebody out that day to either repair or replace the meter.
And are parking enforcement people checking them too? Because honestly, I don't think most people going to call 311 to say it's broken. They're just going to go about their day. But are parking enforcement?
I can't comment on that. You have to ask Prios.
Oh, okay.
And to clarify, Councilmember Dari, Finance is Wednesday, Finance
All right.
Department, so.
Okay.
I know that's going to be quite an interesting hearing, so that will be Wednesday. And thank you very much again, I think Commissioner
Can I
Williams.
just ask one last question, Mr. Chair?
Yes,
Last
Councilmember White.
What do you see in your department as the greatest revenue saver? And conversely, what do you see in your department as the greatest expenditure?
It's tough being on the spot. So as far as savings, I think the biggest impact I think across the general fund that we can make here within the next couple of years is going to be this move to the LED tariff. There's a significant difference per street light based on the wattage of the LED tariff versus the high pressure sodium lights that we're currently paying for. Again, as I said, the payback on that ESCO project is about 6.5 years. As far as incurred cost, I think we got a huge unfunded mandate out there with sidewalks. For those that aren't aware, the city of Wilmington is one of the few municipalities in the state of Delaware where the definition of roads in our charter encompasses the sidewalks. Any of the other political subdivisions within the state, the homeowners are responsible for the sidewalks. So in order to do a sidewalk condition assessment, we're probably looking at a couple $100,000, and that doesn't even get any work. That just tells you this is where the bad areas are. So we're looking at ways, either be it through the use of that company, the pilot we're doing with Infra AI, or somebody else that can drive by, capture this data, and then use AI and machine learning to tell us where are the problem areas. Then you got to develop a cost. So as Chief of Staff mentioned, we did increase our capital improvement plan, doubled it to $1 million this year, plus asked the state, under the state bond bill, for another $1 million. So that would give us $2 million to go after emergency sidewalk repairs. That's considerably more than has been allocated over the last 15 years. Let me just
Thank
say
you.
that.
Mr. Chair, I did have a question.
Yes, you
Any
have a hand up.
final comments, questions?
Go ahead.
Councilmember Fields?
Thank you. I just kind of wanted to say, and I kind of wanted to respond to my colleague, about the trash guys picking up the trash and different things like that. I'm not sure exactly where you see them, but I see them every morning, picking up the trash, and, you guys are doing a good job. I noticed that if something like you said, if something drops, they pick it up. If it's something that they're not, they do what, they do what you said they're doing. I'm looking forward to seeing those, positions filled soon so that, we could, so you all could operate, you guys are doing good, but just a little bit better. And I just have to commend the guys that you do have out there. They are doing their jobs, and they are utilizing those trucks. They are doing that, but at some point, they do have to pick up some certain things. So, I don't know what the disconnect was with the money or nothing like that, but I'm just saying, keep doing what you're doing. I just look forward to seeing what else you're gonna do with this money y'all asking for.
Councilmember?
Thank you.
Closing comment.
Yeah, closing comment. I just want to mention about certain areas needing their sidewalks done, because we do have plenty of money, infrastructure money. You see everybody doing work all over the state. As you stated, the state has money also, so I think we just need to do better with some of these sidewalks and some of the disadvantaged or under forgotten communities, the east side and the northeast area. I know we're doing a lot of work on the east side, but you're just doing corners. You're not so much doing sidewalks, as like Miss LaFade, I'm gonna call her name out. She's been begging for her sidewalk ever since I came in office, and she has a business downtown, and no one has been out to do her sidewalk, and she's constantly talking about how many letters she sent. So long story short, the northeast area and the east side, some of this infrastructure money, because there's plenty of money. Vanderbilt Avenue had a brand new, their whole sidewalks, the streets were new, and they came out and did, the infrastructures came out, whoever dealt that or whatever organization or company y'all had came out, and they tore up Vanderbilt Avenue, and it's still not fixed. So we are looking for Vanderbilt Avenue to be repaved like it was before they came out and did all this piping. So some work, individuals have came out with this infrastructure, and they're tearing up people's, community sidewalks. I mean, we have pictures. A lady called the other day about her yard all messed up because the rocks are in there. So I think we need to have a conversation with some of these contractors and treat certain neighborhoods like you treat other ones.
Can I comment to that?
Sure.
So, on any, city-maintained roads, so not the state-maintained roads, the state-maintained roads, DelDOT takes care of the paving, but on the city-maintained roads, if you recall, we changed the code about over a year ago, November, so that all these folks, whether it be the Delmarva Powers, 5G, cellular providers, fiber optic, any of these companies that are coming in and doing a road cut have to pull a permit and pay for the restoration cost up front to the city when they pull a permit. If we catch them out there working without a permit, we'll shut them down and fine them, okay? So they're paying us. Once they tell us that their work's done and the trench is restored and the road's ready to be paved, we'll be doing the paving.
So who's following up with the work they're doing?
Our construction inspectors, our engineering department.
I believe this has to do with the meter replacement. The fact that the meters are not replaced by Delmarva and they can't close out the project and the street can't be repaired until everybody agrees to get their meter replaced.
Exactly.
People have to allow them into their homes
When Delmarva's moving everybody from from a cast iron low pressure gas system to a high pressure gas system with HDPE, that every meter has to be replaced in each residence, and the new high pressure service line, plastic HDPE service line run to each resident. Everybody on the block needs to be converted over before they can take the old low pressure line out of service, cut it, cap it, and call the job done.
Right, I get all that. I'm just saying I'm not the smartest person in the room, but no one, after they're done, who in Public Works is coming out there? Somebody needs to check it.
My engineers are out there coordinating.
Okay,
I meet with Delmarva monthly.
Someone needs to go by Vanderbilt Avenue and just take a look. That's all I was saying.
Once they tell us the job's done, we'll be out to pave it.
All right, and again, thank you very much, Commissioner Williams.
Chris, I just have the last question. I see the chart.
Yes.
When do we plan on putting the faces on the on the charts. When is that, Tandy, when is that? Chief of Staff, can you answer
Well,
that?
Chief Steph, I believe the direct question we're gonna have for every organization. I know we had a resolution, I believe passed last year, where we're gonna publish, I guess, updated HR charts. So is
Correct.
that gonna be part?
I think that was just passed this year.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
When, I mean, I'm just asking, when are we gonna see the faces for the charts? Because, I remember Nathan used to always call me about Public Works and he didn't know who to contact, so that's why. And then when we went to National League of Cities, you see everybody's faces on the charts, but just in Wilmington, you see the names and nobody knows who the people are. So just looking forward to seeing the faces on the chart.
Okay. I guess I'll organize picture day. That's our organized picture day. We gotta take pictures. That's it.
Oh, y'all don't have pictures in HR where everybody has badges? We just want to see your faces so we can see who y'all are.
Okay. All right. Well, again, I appreciate your Commissioner Williams, Deputy Commissioner Carocha, and Department Head Akbar. Thank you very much for taking part in the proceedings tonight. Again, at this time, we do have a robust agenda still left this evening, so I will entertain a motion to adjourn. All right. All right. It's been properly moved and seconded. And as a housekeeping matter, the Parks and Recreation hearing will start precisely at 6:50. So we have about a 10-minute break. Thank you. 6:50. Good evening, all. Welcome to the Parks Department budget hearing. I am Chris Johnson, Chair of the Finance Committee. I'm joined here by members of the public. Also, we have Chief of Staff Washington from the administration, Chief of Staff Mona Parikh from City Council, Chief Financial Officer Marshall Bassnight, department heads, and members of the public on Zoom. So again, welcome everyone. At this time, I'd like to call the Finance Committee budget hearing for Parks and Rec to order. I'd like to start by giving a roll call for the Finance Committee members in attendance. Vice Chair Harley, 4th District.
Present.
I believe she's on Zoom.
Yes.
Councilmember Oliver, I believe, is on the way. Councilmember Bracy.
Present.
Councilmember Field.
Present.
Councilmember Spadola is excused. And Council President Congo. I believe he's on Zoom. All right. I also like to recognize other council persons in attendance by doing a roll call. Councilmember Mills at large.
Present.
Councilmember Darby.
Present.
Councilmember White.
Present.
And for those council members who are on the way, again, when at the time you arrive, please let me know, and I will make sure you're recognized either in person or on Zoom. Public comments will be asked at the end of each budget hearing, and we will be limited to three minutes. As always, if there's follow-up questions that are addressed during this hearing that aren't delved into fully or are answered, Chief Financial Officer Ms. Marshall Bassnight will be writing down all the questions, and we will be getting them from the department heads as follow-up. And those questions and answers will be on the City Council website. And again, the budget hearings are limited in terms of time, so we're not going to get to answer every question here today, but again, we're going to make sure, as we do always, to follow up. All right, and this is for all members of council and also the public. Please remember this is the budget hearing, so let's try to make sure the questions are of a fiscal nature, all right, and not more bigger, broader policy questions. And if colleagues have any questions, please either raise your hand or text or message either me or Ms. Bassnight. And at this time, I will turn it over to OMB. I believe Mr. Jones will be giving a fiscal overview for the Parks Department. And then at that time, after that, Director Smith will introduce his team, and we'll do a question and answer. So Mr. Jones, the floor is yours, and I'd like to recognize Councilmember Cabrera is in attendance, and Mr. Jones, the floor is yours.
All right, thank you. Good evening once again, Mr. Chairman, Council President, Council Chief of Staff, and honorable members of City Council. This evening, I would like to present the Department of Parks and Recreation proposed budget for FY 2024 on behalf of the Office of Management and Budget. The FY 2024 proposed budget for the general fund and special funds combined is $12.2 million, up $925,000 or 8.2% compared to the FY 2023 budget. The majority of this increase is driven by debt service, up around $591,000 or about 25% according to the revised debt service schedule from the accounting division. Material supplies and equipment, or MS&E, is also up $183,000 compared to the FY 2023 budget. Total staffing across all funds is 41 FTEs, up 1 FTE from the prior fiscal year. Next slide. The general fund proposed budget is up $895,000 or 9.2%, with a $69,000 increase to personal services and a $166,000 increase to MS&E. The new addition to FTEs can be seen here in the general fund, up 1 FTE from FY 2023, which we'll discuss during the major funding changes. Next slide. The special funds, which consist of Parks Assistant Fund, Parks Trust Fund and Workforce Investment Board, or WIB, increased by roughly $30,000 or 1.9%. Now, when we look at the FTEs listed below at .40 FTE, the nutrition program coordinator is the only position included on the position allocation list that receives partial grant funding, while the remainder are fully grant funded temporary employees. The MS&E funds are projected to increase 2%, reflecting the increase in expected grant amounts. Next slide. Thank you. The new net addition is due to the elimination of the vacant nursery technician within the maintenance division and the addition of 2 new positions, being the general labor 1 and labor foreman 2, to assist with daily operations for an additional cost of $43,541. Personal services rose by $68,748, while the salaries and wages account group increased by a total of $165,000. This was counterbalanced by a $93,000 decrease in employee benefits account group due to the reduced pension contributions and hospitalization costs. Next. Temporary salaries increased by $61,050 to cover higher pay rates and extended total weekly hours for the Family Matters Coordinator, Youth Career Development, or YCD workers, and youth workers within the Youth and Families Division. In addition, a temp employee was added to manage transportation duties for events and programs at a cost of $20,000. Overtime was also increased by $13,000 or 9.3% to cover the additional working hours resulting from expanded programs and events at the William Hicks Anderson Community Center. Next. Temporary agencies in the MS&E group rose by $50,940 or 20.2% due to increased hourly wages for laborers from $12 per hour to $15 per hour. With boosted attendance and activities and outdated equipment in the weight room and other areas needing replacement to ensure safety, recreational equipment was increased by $45,000 for the William Hicks Anderson Community Center. Electricity also went up $26,000 due to increased energy costs associated with the parks and park structures. Next. Lastly, Reynolds NOC also increased by $26,000 for additional tables, chairs, and portable toilets as events and programs are being resumed and expanded following the end of COVID. That concludes my overview of the Department of Parks and Recreation's FY2024 proposed budget. I'll be happy to answer any questions that you may have at this time. Thank you.
Okay, any questions from council, and knowing that, you know, OMB usually can't answer the specific programmatic questions, so that will be up to Mr. Smith. Yes, Ms. Bestnight.
Yeah, Mr. Jones, just one question. For the special funds for the park assistance, the park trust, for the personal services that make up the $689,000, do we roughly know like how many part-time positions that is? Or
No, what I do know is that we do have one person from the nutrition program with the youth and families. We also have a person that does a maintenance supervisor as well. Those are the only 2 positions that have employees attached to them. Other than that, it's just a basis for temporary employees.
Okay, so these temporary employees are different than what's in our Youth and Families Division. So, Mr. Smith, can you share a little bit more about like how these temps are selected? Is this like, are they on continuously after 25 hours, or are they the same temps, or are they different ones?
They're the same. One is in our nutrition program. That's there all year long, and the other
Okay.
one works at Valley Garden doing maintenance at that site.
Okay, so it's roughly, so it's more than 2 people I'm trying to get a grasp of how many temps it is.
So those are two people. The .4 is paid for partially by a grant for Victoria Fuentes Cox in our Youth and Family Services Division, and the other half is paid for by salary.
Okay. Maybe I'm not asking a question right, but the total personal services is almost $700,000. So I was trying to figure out what encompasses that other than the two positions.
Ms. Marshall,
Yes.
we'll get that to you.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. As well as the MS&E totals, 859,000.
Yes, those are just budgeted
Okay. All right. I write it down so follow up.
Yep.
Thanks, Mr. Jones.
just for grants, just as a buffer. So we did a 2% increase just for the grants, just as a buffer
Excuse me.
for pending grant.
I'd like to first recognize Councilmember Oliver, as well as Councilmember Fields and Councilmember McCoy. And question.
No, he said he'd get back. I'd like to know now, what are the two positions for 77,000 myself, when she just, I mean, you gotta get back. This is the budget time. This is discussing. Could you repeat what you just said? Because I came in late. I was on the phone when you just said. What was
Yes.
that position for the two?
The budget office mentioned that they're gonna get back to me, just to share with me what makes up the 689,000 for personal services. Because it's other item, it could be other temps other than the two positions, but I don't want to be presumptuous, so they said they'd follow up.
Okay, I misunderstood.
Okay.
I thank you. All right. Well, with that, again, thank you very much, Mr. Jones. This time, I would like to turn to Director Smith, and I believe you're Deputy Director Phillips. Would you introduce who's here from Parks, and then dive into the overview before we go into the question and answer?
Yes, it's an honor to be here, Chief of Staff, Chairperson Johnson, City Council, and members of the public. Excited to present Parks and Recreation proposed 24 budget. Today with me is Deputy Director Melody Phillips. I have my Superintendent Leonard Williams, Administrative Manager Carmen Ferguson, Youth and Family Services Manager, Dr. Nicole Adams, Park Financial Administrator, Valerie Jones, Superintendent Rashid Mustafa, and Maintenance Supervisor LaShawn Burnell. I believe that's my entire team here with me today. It's an honor to be here. April 26 marks the 140th anniversary of the park system, started by William P. Bancroft. At the time, he only wanted to preserve property so that people in the city could have an opportunity to enjoy nature. At this part, Parks and Rec does much more. At this time, I'd like to have my Deputy Director just talk about some last year's goals and what our goals are this year.
Good evening, everyone. Melody Phillips. It's an honor to be here, Chairperson, council members. Appreciate the opportunity. So priorities for the fiscal year last year was to implement a year-round youth career development program, create standards of care for the park maintenance division, increase and improve collaborative partnerships with parents, government agencies, and community groups, seek grant opportunities to conduct program initiatives not supported by the general fund, promote healthy lifestyles by continuing to offer recreation programs, information sessions, evening feeding, and summer food programs, and expand tutoring programs to assist students in achieving academic success. And so now our priorities for the FY 2024 are to update the Department of Parks and Recreation Work Rules and Policies Manual, provide more in-depth professional development trainings for full-time staff, provide career-related certifications for youth and adults, increase the number of residents through the nutrition program with our Youth and Family Services Division, provide new monthly recreational events throughout the city, establish a summer city swim league, expand and enhance program partnerships for educational and cultural enrichment, provide quarterly emergency health trainings, CPR, Narcan, Stop the Bleed, expansion of the community garden to include supplying fresh produce and fruit to the community refrigerator, and development of the sustainability plan for park maintenance, development, implement, and adopt a park program for park maintenance as well.
Okay, all right. Thank you very much, Ms. Phillips. I guess we'll dive into this, starting with question one, which is a very important issue to council is public safety. And we don't have a social service agency in the city, so Parks and Rec essentially is the way we work on public safety. Besides, obviously, police and fire. So, can you give an update just on some budget items that are specifically for gun violence intervention or prevention, and also tie into the youth master plan, something that's been discussed over many years. So where are we with finally getting an update to that? And then any other items you have on this?
Well, as I presented last year, the Youth Master Plan, as a document as it was presented, is really just a template for discovering programs. And so as you'll see listed, it's surveying, focus groups, stakeholder interviews. So those things are conducted by various ways: phone calls, conversation with city council, conversations with the administration, but also by speaking to our families at our various programs and events, whether that's our track program or at the William Hicks Anderson Community Center or one of our facility support sites. We are in the process of, as you'll see in some slides further on, the number of new programs that are now being presented at Hicks Anderson. So our effort is to make sure that our children have access to new programs, evaluate them, see if they make sense, do they want them, and if they don't, we eliminate them and we find a new program. And that's the process that we're going through in terms of activities and events. I don't.
The online portal, I believe Councilmember Mills
Correct.
is behind that project.
So a beautiful thing happened with the online portal. It actually, as Councilman Mills was inquiring about that, another conversation was happening about that online portal through our incubator program. So we just combined the two. So there was a meeting that was held with the IT director, Damon May, Councilman Al Mills, webmaster Barbara Belli, legislative policy and analyst Kendra Broomfield, and the city council chief of staff, Mona Parikh. During this meeting, we discussed the capacity for the city to host a portal on our website, the process for gathering information, the roles and responsibility to maintain the portal and update the information. At the time, we also mentioned to them we were in the process of purchasing a software called Community Pass that we'll talk about a little later. But the hope was that that software may be able to facilitate holding that information. Since then, through Delaware Criminal Justice Council, we identified there were two other entities also working on this idea. And so I've had a meeting with Regina Sidney Brown, Director of Delaware After School Network, for the purpose of identifying opportunities for a partnership. And next week I have one with Mark Earhart, Director of the Network Partnership, and Delaware Library's interest in developing that portal. So ultimately, all three entities will be in a room together to figure out technologically how are you going to try to pull that off, what barriers there are for getting information in, making sure the information is current, and any funding that may be identified. And lastly, where would that portal actually sit? So I'm looking forward to that conversation and reporting back some more information.
And also regarding, I guess, youth services, are you in communication at all, Director Smith, with Dr. Deborah Mason, who's working on the anti-violence initiatives with the city?
Yes. So she and I've had a few conversations about it. And so at some point, we will figure out how Parks and Rec can be of support in that initiative. And it may not be directly through her, but some of the other agencies that she's working with, being able to provide opportunities for them, whether it be access to the boxing gym on closed hours because of a certain population, or access to the pools. So we look forward to that continued conversation.
Very good. All right. Moving right along. Oh, Councilmember Darby.
Yeah, I had a question about the youth master plan. So that was one of the first things I had asked about and talked to you about when you became the director of the department. My question is, will there be like an annual update on like where we are on the youth master plan outside of like the budget hearings to see like where we are in implementing things, the new programs, the youth directory, so that it's outside of the budget, we're getting updates on that?
I would love to. So currently, some of the ways that you could get that information is, and at some point I wanted to be able to say, there's probably a need for a quarterly meeting amongst my department and city council.
Okay.
Right? But outside of that, you all get a list of our programs that we're running each month. And we use WITN now to be able to get that information out as well. But whatever other mechanisms we want to put in place to be able to share that information, and also just inviting you all to come to the actual programs and seeing the kids participate in that. So the one, not just what's going on at Hicks Anderson, but play streets, and some of you have been to those, movie nights, things of that nature. But we can figure out whatever information you're missing, and we can definitely get that to you.
Okay, thank you.
And I may, as a follow-up, Director Smith, I believe the chairwoman for Education, Youth, and Family could maybe put that as a placeholder. I'm just throwing ideas out there that we could update it, monthly or at least bi-monthly, so we can keep progress on that plan. Councilman Mills, I believe is the chair. Chairman, we had recently changed who the chair is. So Councilman Mills, that can be on your plate, so we can all receive a follow-up. All right, moving right along, can you discuss the plans for the community garden in the Adopt-A-Park? I know these are fairly new programs, I believe.
Well, the community garden has been going on for some time at William Hicks Anderson. David Lassiter, financial gentleman with a financial business, and he pays for everything himself. But what he does is give our youth an opportunity to put a seed in the ground, grow it, and to eat. And we cook some of that food inside our kitchen at the Hicks Anderson. This year, we're looking forward to planting some non-edible vegetation there to support with the Resilience Wilmington plan and our sustainability plan as well. Things to keep mosquitoes down, things of that nature. So we're very excited about the garden. The kids love it. Now, in terms of the community refrigerator, I'm going to defer to my deputy.
So the community refrigerator, we received a grant from AmeriHealth for $5,000 to purchase the refrigerator, as well as the enclosure. Our superintendent of park maintenance is making sure that the enclosure that the refrigerator will sit inside of is being built out, and the electricity that will run there. In my previous role, I participated in getting a community refrigerator for a former employer, and so I maintained the relationship with a nonprofit called Planting to Feed, and so they're interested in spreading community refrigerators across the city of Wilmington, and so the ribbon cutting, which you all will be receiving information on, is scheduled for April 19th.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
I just want to go back to the community garden that they have at Hicks. The gentleman that funds that garden, he is very knowledgeable about every plant, piece of soil there, and I think that are we talking about expanding that? What is he talking about? That's what you're talking about, expanding what he's doing?
Correct. So it could include expanding to the other side of Hicks Anderson. But there's also been other conversations about outside classrooms being conducted on the space.
Okay.
So for that reason, we may go to the other side of the building to be able to facilitate that.
Yeah, he's very knowledgeable, and you learn a lot. He kept talking, and I had to go, but he's just really knowledgeable, and he takes his time to really tell you about every plant and how it healthy, what's good for your body, what's good for your eyes, your head, everything. So I think it would be beneficial for us to definitely move that along.
Councilmember?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. One of the things that I'm interested in seeing, not just in our parks, but across the city is, and maybe we can talk to Mr. Lasser about this, is vertical gardens, because you can grow a lot more food vertically than just the boxes. And I'd love to come out and take a tour of that. I just like to see where the community can really see how they can feed themselves, being that we are in, you know, in an area where you really don't have access to all the healthy foods. So I commend this project. I think that's wonderful. The refrigeration, hey, things will last longer. So I'm looking forward to coming out and getting a tour and maybe having that discussion where we can expand it into other areas, and teach people how to vertical garden, even in their own backyards, and feed themselves and their community.
Okay, Vice, Vice Chair Harley. Vice Chair Harley.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm looking at this slide for the grant for the community fridge, which I think is great, and all of the new things that are happening. On the slide, it says budgetary costs. So if it's a grant, if we're getting the refrigerators with grants, what is the cost? Or am I missing something?
Is the question the total cost of the community refrigerator yearly?
No, I'm sorry, I was trying to get to the
No, she's talking about number 2. It says budgetary plan, but then it says cost for the following. So her question is, what's the cost for the following? Because you have cost in there. Number 2.
Yeah, Vice Chair Harley, I think the question is.
Oh, I'm sorry. Did you lose me? I'm sorry. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, we hear
Yes,
you now.
yes, we can hear you now. If you can re-ask.
Okay. I was first of all saying I think it's great that we have the grant. So if we have the grant for the fridge, where does the cost come in, or is that later on you will show the cost?
Gotcha. Okay, I follow you. So so it's initially grant funded, but then we would continue to apply for a grant, so that way we wouldn't have to take money out of the general fund for the community refrigerator. The community refrigerator yearly cost is about $10,000. AmeriHealth allows us to apply for the initial, and we can apply for them again. We can also apply to a few other funders that the other community refrigerators are utilizing, and then Planting to Feed, as long as you're partnering with them, they make the fridge as a part of their Friend of the Fridge program, so it helps offset the cost. So it really kind of decreases what the general fund has to support.
Awesome. And the way you explained that was perfect. So right now there's no cost to us for the fridge because the grant is covering it right now, correct?
Correct. That's correct.
Okay, I was just trying to connect the dots with where does the cost come in, that's all.
And the community garden will also, because Mr. Lassiter supports the community garden, the produce from the community garden can go inside of the refrigerator.
Okay, all right, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair, that's all I have.
Mr. Chair, I have a question.
Yes.
How long is the grant for? Do you have to apply every year, every 2 years?
So all of the grants, so for AmeriHealth, it's a yearly grant. You would have to apply again. The other two organizations that we're looking at to target is Corteva Science and DuPont. They funded other community refrigerators that already exist in the city, and it goes along with their mission and vision, like those particular agencies, and they're usually one-year grants as well.
This may sound like a dumb question, but do we keep stats now that we have the community garden and community fridge? Are we keeping stats of where the attendees or where the I guess the people who are using the fridge come from? Like, because the thought popped in my head is, you know, we have that direct West Center City area, but like if somebody's going to come from the north side or like or the east side to come over there to use that, so should we be looking at maybe putting one on that side of town as well?
I mean, there's various community refrigerators throughout the city already. And so along with the structure, there will be a camera, but we wouldn't really want to track where you're coming from throughout the city because it's so interchangeable. You know, you living across from Hicks doesn't mean that your children aren't over in Southbridge. And so, and being able to have access to that food. So ultimately, it'd be a great idea if these refrigerators were in enough places that kind of supported different areas of the city.
Okay. Thank you. It's a great program. I'm glad it's there. I just wonder if we're serving as many areas as we need to, but we can just take it a step at a time. Thank you. Councilmember Darby.
No, I do agree with that. I have thought of that too, because the Walnut Street Y actually has a community refrigerator. But I think maybe we could do a partnership with all the community centers in the city to help them all get their own, maybe for like the future, because the PAL Center over North Side, the different community centers that exist. But also looking at these questions and just thinking about access to service outside of just the surrounding community center at William Hicks. I don't really see anything in here in regards to, and maybe I'm missing it, it's like transportation. So over in North Wilmington, Wilmington Hicks Anderson Center is not like a frequent thing. So how do we get people from other sides of town to be able to enjoy the city council's community center?
Great question. I think it starts with special events. So each one of the members of City Council would love to sponsor a day that you come to the center. We've done that for other centers, whether it's Roberto Clemente baseball team, come to use our swimming pools, or MSK coming to scuba dive and box. So we have partnered with other community centers to come to Hicks Anderson to get resources they don't have access to. And we'd love to be able to do that for you all as well. We are hoping that we'll get what we need in terms of transportation to be able to really facilitate that.
Yeah, and just a follow-up, I remember there was a conversation a while ago, right before COVID, with the teen warehouse in regards to like a bus or a transportation to go pick up kids from each community center. So if like Hicks offers swimming, and then you have the Boys and Girls Club who has a recording studio, kids on each side of town are able to experience or have opportunities in expansion. So is that conversation still happening in regards to like a youth bus or partnering maybe with DART, so that kids across the city are able to access William Hicks and then also the other community centers that have different services?
So Parks and Rec is, and through our various partnerships with community centers, we're having that conversation directly with partners. So at our Black History Month event, it was attended by the Teen Warehouse and PAL and West End. We also hosted an event at West End where teens were brought there as well. So we're facilitating that, and we would basically like to mimic that with you all, right? So if there's a day that you would like to be able to come to Hicks Anderson, we figure out the day. We get, obviously transportation is limited. It may be on a route going back and coming back, but we'd love to have you all, whomever at the center, but we can just mimic what we're already doing.
Okay.
Councilmember Cabrera.
I want to go back to the community garden. So because we're using grants for this, what would the sustainability be if the grants would no longer be available?
Well, the community garden is really done by David Lassiter. And so he finances it strictly on his own. The community refrigerator is the grant. So with the community garden, it's really, getting the seeds is easy, right? I'm a gardener, I could run that myself, really, but it's the ability to teach, and that's what the real expertise of David Lassiter is. His ability to teach kids, to cook the food, to give you that experience. So we try to make sure we treat him right, and so that he doesn't want to leave us.
So ultimately, would we want to have this be part of the budget, maybe not now, but in the future, in case that grant money is no longer available? So we can continue to sustain it, and not just in that area as we expand into other areas.
Yeah, we
looking long term.
We would love to, but I'd also point out that DuPont and
Corteva Science
are organizations that have also gone after grants to support community refrigerators throughout the city. So it's really not just an effort just on us. There are other people out there who are already connected to this movement and are willing to support, but we should keep our eye out on funding drying up and how do we sustain it.
Okay. Thank you, Director.
All right. And that dovetails right into the next slide. Director Smith, you discussed vacancies during the first budget hearing. That was quite a robust discussion. So, you know, where, in terms of your department, how are vacancies affecting your staff?
Well, we're fortunate that most of our vacancies are relatively recent. And so right now it's just been about people stepping up. But let's just look at the equipment transportation assistant. Mr. LaShawn Grinnell just recently got a promotion, and we currently have someone working out of class in that position. But that's a critical position in making sure that we're following policies that have been put in place. We didn't get an opportunity, and I don't want to go back and hold us up, but this adoptive park program that's on that first slide is another procedure that we need to develop, but that's just one of 5, but 3 procedures that have been put in place or started since August 1st. So one is the transportation policy. What is our policy for taking, renting, and using internally our buses and things of that, our vans and things of that nature? How do we keep them up to date? How do we make sure that they're clean and things of that nature? The equipment operator 5, that position is needed to join the crew at Canby. And as mentioned before, and you'll see in slide 4, we eliminated one position in nursery tech and asking for a general laborer 1 and labor foreman 2. And the equipment operator 5 will join that crew, in addition to the equipment operator 4. So we're just trying to move to having 5 crews, not 4, to make sure that we can keep up with not only cutting the grass, but maintaining the trash in the parks, and depending on the year, other minor things, whether it's removing leaves, cutting limbs, things of that nature. Maintenance is such an interesting thing that we're sort of at the whim of whomever, put this way, a couple of people could tip over trash cans and that causes a problem to us, right? And we have to respond to that. So maintenance team has done a great job making sure that they're on schedule cleaning, and we see some minor gaps where we can be better, and that filling these positions, like I said, that most of them are very recent, and addition to these 2 new positions will put us in a better place to be able to respond. In addition to, we're asking more people to come to the parks. We're increasing programming, so that is going to increase trash, it's going to increase foot traction through the parks, and so that's our response to that. So just lastly, yeah, most of ours are recent, and we're looking forward to filling them shortly.
Do you expect that, due to the pay scale, you'll be able to attract someone to fill that role?
Well, we know that we lost someone already, in reference to the program and grant coordinator position. Once they heard the salary, went through the process, did very well. When they heard the salary, they decided that that's not something they're going to do. So we'll go through the process and we'll see. Maintenance may be a little different in terms of the people that we're bringing in and trying to support them and where they may end up going. So since I've been here, most of the positions that we've brought on have been through maintenance. So this would be my first experience going through this process of bringing someone in through youth and family services and recreation. So look forward to getting back to everyone and letting them know how that process went.
Mr. Chair.
Councilmember Field?
No, but Field?
Field.
Me?
Yeah, Field.
I just have a quick follow-up question, Commissioner Smith. Because this is the second hearing where I've heard the same interesting comment. Your department went through the process with the candidate, and then they heard the salary and decided not to take the job. Heard something similar with Public Works. Can you just clarify what the process, because that I'm trying to gain more information about that, because this is an interesting point.
So
When you said that they went through the process and then they heard the salary, is the salary not advertised up front? At what point, what stage do they have a specific number? This is how much I would be paid.
Well, there's a general range, but once you get down to the actual numbers, when you find out the actual number, a range is pretty wide. So we look at there's a full-time position that we want to put out there. We look at the job description. We make sure that it fits what we need it to be. Once it does that, goes to HR. They post the job. We have a date. Interviewees come in. We go through the process, and then if there isn't a viable candidate, we may repost it, or if not enough people have applied for the job, we may repost it.
Question.
All right, Councilmember.
When you say, yeah, thank you. When you say if there's not enough people for the position, if one or two people apply, I mean, what do you mean by if there's not enough people? If one person applies and nobody else applies, but you won't hire that person because you need 10 people to apply? What do you mean by that?
Well, great point. It's a blessing when that one person is really fit for the job. But if that one person who applied for the job is not fit for the job and you don't have any other options, you can make a decision, how far away is this person from the skill set you need? And do you have managerial team to get them to where you need them to be? And so you make those sort of decisions. If not, you got to go back out to the market and figure out a different way to attract more people, similar to what you had mentioned earlier.
Just as a follow-up, that doesn't sound too clear for me, because if I'm applying for a job, you see the job description. Sometimes that's a way of blocking people from getting jobs because it's only one person. If that one person is qualified, I hear what you're saying, but there is a job description. But my question was there a reason, why would we delete the nursery tech? I mean, what was the reason of deleting that position?
Well, two parts. One, in terms of the hierarchy of what we needed,
WITN, I believe that's next slide.
what we really need is a general laborer, 1, and a labor foreman, 2 position. The nursery tech, the job that they were performing was covered by other people, right? So, for instance, in the process of, our general labor is not going to walk past a branch smacking people in the face. They're just going to go ahead and take care of it. And so what we recognized, and Superintendent Lenny Williams, in terms of operations, we could do without that one.
Thank you.
Councilmember Fields.
I just wanted to know, what was the, going back to, hold on. You said it was pending, the, recreation program coordinator position, it was pending, the person that applied, they didn't get it, and they didn't take it because of the pay. What was the pay? Can you discuss what the pay was? Like, was what it was?
No, I don't know what the pay was, but I can, through the negotiation process, he declined it, right? So I don't know what he actually said no to. I just know that I wasn't in the hiring process. So that's about 5 different people in that process. And just a correction, it wasn't the recreation program coordinator, it's the program grant coordinator.
Oh,
The
okay.
recreation program coordinator position, we are currently reviewing the job description, and that will be the next one that will be going.
Councilwoman Cabrera, then I have you, Darby.
Okay, are we in the next, can I ask a question about the nursery tech? I'm
yes,
sorry.
we're in the next.
So the nursery tech, was that the same as the forester, or is that different?
No, that's, I'd say a forester covers nursery tech, it doesn't go the other way. So, nursery tech, like I said, is taking care of some minor trimming up bushes, trees, things like that.
So on that note, we lost our forester. Is that position still open to be filled, or has it been cut out, or what is happening there?
So that position's actually with Public Works, and I believe the
Okay.
new gentleman's name is Jeffries or Jefferson, one of the two. But that's in Public Works.
All right, okay, sorry, thank you.
I have,
Councilmember Darby.
Do we
You're-
have
you're
a
good.
sheet like with Public Works where they listed out how much each position got paid? So I was able to get a sheet from Public Works, and they listed out what each position, what the range was. If we can get that, and like just the previous conversation we had with Public Works, I know right now there's a study going on, I guess, to look at how much people are getting paid. But yeah, it's a problem. We can't recruit people anywhere. If we keep talking about the city of Wilmington, no one is going to want to get paid $40,000 to do a job. So,
And I believe Ms. Bass Knight was going to reiterate. We do, as part of the budget book, we do have a breakdown line budget lines with salaries, a little hard to read. So if that would be helpful, just to make it easier to digest, there could be a chart. Because,
Chart,
yeah, it's in there, but if you have a chart of the range, that would be helpful.
Mr. Chair.
It's in small.
It's
It's in the book. It's very small.
It's small.
It's
you
small.
can't read it.
Yeah,
But Public Works they gave me a paper and it's clear.
yeah,
It's
that
a
would
chart.
be helpful.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, now that we're talking about positions, Director Smith, what's your employee turnover rate for full-time and part-time employees or temps over to William Hicks Anderson or for Parks and Recreation, since you've been here?
Since I've been there, I want to say, so full-time, none.
Full-time, none.
Yeah, there hasn't been any full-time employee that was at William Hicks Anderson that left.
Or Parks and Recreation, period.
Full-time,
Shouldn't be a lot, right?
I would say one off the top of my head right now.
How about part-time?
That'll be a little more difficult for me to get you that answer. I could follow up with you. But if we're just talking, let's say Hicks Anderson, in the last, 6 months, I would say 2, and there were higher paying jobs that they were able to secure.
Melody, can you tell me, question for you, what's the turnover been since you've been at William Hicks Anderson, part-time or full-time?
Yes, for William Hicks Anderson full-time, there have been none. Since I've been there, I started August 1st of last year. And LSCs, too, they both were interested in staying with Parks and Recreation, specifically came to me and asked how they could get a full-time job with the department. I told them about the positions that were open in park maintenance, but they really wanted to stay at Hicks Anderson, and unfortunately, we didn't have 2 full-time positions. We didn't even have 1 full-time position. And so one of them went to the Grand and is working full-time at the Grand, but will actually be supporting our summer camp through their position at the Grand Opera House. And another LSC, limited service employee, took a full-time job, I believe, in customer service.
So, the part-time, whoever it was, they left from Parks and Recreation and went to the Grand Opera House
They went to the Grand Opera House, yes.
for part-time?
No, they went for full-time. Full-time with benefits.
And that's I was waiting for that to come out. So we got full-time jobs we have listed here, and now this person leaves from part-time to go to the Grand for whatever reason. That makes no sense. Okay.
Well, this position
See
wasn't
what
available
I'm
when they
I'm
left.
saying if we have somebody that's part-time, why don't we just bring them into a full-time position to help fill one of the positions if they see where I'm going?
Yeah, you're 100% correct. At the time, the position wasn't available when they took the job at the Grand. And I don't know, maybe Deputy Phillips had some more in-depth conversation to find out what he was being paid in the package. But that position wasn't available at the time. But I assure you, we have quite a few limited service employees who will be applying for this recreation program coordinator position.
I just know for recreation, I knew the position already, and as I stated for the public works hearing, I just had a job fair with Department of Labor. It was 200 people from the city of Wilmington, and I know 4 of them who qualified for this position. I just don't think that y'all really advertising like you should. I said it for Public Works, and I say it again. I think, we pick and choose certain people, and this person's not qualified, and we get in our own way. But it's no way, if I had a job fair with 200 people for just 2 days, and they all from the city of Wilmington, and we can't find nobody to work for the city of Wilmington, that makes no sense.
Okay. Yes, Chief of Staff.
Yes, I like to respond to that because really our jobs are posted in many, many, many different venues, from LinkedIn to all different types of specialized periodicals. So we're just not advertising on the city's website. We have exhausted all the different avenues of where we can post our positions. And most of these questions that are being asked tonight around the vacant positions and the hiring thereof, these are really should be sent to HR. HR should be the one. They're in the best position to really respond to it because I don't want to give inaccurate information. out there. And I think the entire process of hiring is really a HR function, and it should be addressed by them.
I agree. The only reason I brought it up because they keep bringing up this residency, which keeps throwing me off. So if they wouldn't mention this residency, I wouldn't be bringing this up because the budget shouldn't even just keep talking about residency.
They didn't mention residency
Did he?
today. No.
I heard somebody mention
No,
residency.
not
What?
then.
He must have mentioned it
Well,
about
Chief-
hiring.
Not for Parks and
I
Rec.
don't believe Parks and Rec. I think the
No.
central question is, we asked about vacancies, because
Right.
each department is specific. I don't think,
We didn't say
HR
raise it,
Director
right.
Barnes
We didn't
is probably in a position to answer each
Exactly.
department's needs. So what we're asking for is, well, what your needs and challenges are.
Right.
Yeah, so once again, our positions haven't been vacant that long, and so if we run into a problem, we definitely follow up. But I want to share that internally, we're having conversations about doing a job fair. Initially, it was specific to limited service employees. They are often the hardest to find because you're talking about small pieces of time that we need you. So it's a little more difficult to find them. So it wasn't until I heard the presentation earlier that I said to Deputy Phillips, and we should have a conversation with Chief of Staff on how to open up the job fair that is not just Parks and Rec. So we'll definitely be following up and figuring all of that out.
And I really appreciate that. I would be willing to work with you with that. I've mentioned it to HR. I think it would be a way for me to have a conversation, so when somebody says something to me, I can say, the city of Wilmington had a job fair, not partner, just the city of Wilmington had a job fair for residents for the city of Wilmington. And then that conversation would be out there, and if no one comes in and apply, at least I can say, look, they had a job fair. So that's all I've been saying.
Yes, and we plan on having many more job fairs, not just for Parks and Recreation, but that's our intent. We've had them in the past, and I believe we had this conversation earlier. We plan on having more job fairs.
Okay, all right. Great. If we could move to the next, Vice Chair Hartley. Sorry
Yes,
about
real
that.
quick. I'm not going to belabor the point. I think that it was a good discussion already. I do agree with Chief of Staff Washington in terms of some of these points that we're making should go to HR. However, when you think about vacancies and you're talking about, call salaries, I think it fits in with budgetary. And I'm saying that to say this is that if we haven't, we may want to start considering doing some counter offers as it relates to some of our vacancies. And like I said, I'm not going to belabor that point, but because we're talking about budgetary items and cost, the money, funding, salaries, all that, it fits from that perspective, even if it's HR, of course, that, handles, the main bulk of hiring, but money is sort of like what we've been talking about as well, because sometimes, a counter offer can be very attractive as well. And then secondly, instead of thinking about day job fair, maybe we should think about a citywide as it relates to all the positions and do it maybe like 2 to 3 days or a whole week. And that way, I think we probably could get maybe more people that may not be available 1 day or 2 days, but between Monday and Friday, maybe they would be available and we would get more interest and we would get more applicants. That's all I have, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. All right, if we can move to the next slide, talking about the temp salary lines. I believe there was a $61,000 increase. Also in discussion, can you narrow down what the budget for the summer youth program looks like this year?
Okay, so the 61,000 is, so one, the maintenance team uses integrity staffing to staff some of our positions, most of our positions. However, they have changed their policy and will not insure our drivers, right? So that has pushed us to having to increase, to bring in a limited service employee at 20,000 to drive our buses, right? So we have a second person. And sort of what I alluded to earlier when we were talking about being able to provide transportation throughout the city. The second is with the increase in programming going on, one of our longest limited service employees is critical. One, the workload that he's doing is at a higher pace and intensity now. So there's an increase there and for his salary. And then lastly, for the raise in minimum wage for youth is also having an impact on youth and family services.
And what was that minimum wage raised to?
So it went from January, it went from 10.50 to 11, I believe. 11.75, and it will continue going up for the next couple of years.
Thank you. Move to the next question, I believe regarding the city trash.
Yeah. Okay, so so you're talking about question, I think?
6. We're on 6.
It's not
Not in the
We
slide.
did 5. I thought you completed 5, but if not,
So, well, there's
anything you didn't need, or you didn't get to in 5.
well, we have an answer for it, but it's not in the slide. So, and I don't think anyone's able to see the question. So the question was, what's the financial impact on picking up trash in our parks? Overall, it's about $114,000, but that's broken down by the land fee cost, which is $25,000. One full-time person at about the temp salary is at $39,000, and one full-time salary at $64,000. That's including benefits.
Okay. And back to the trash, is there a standardized set of parameters for city park trash cans? Because I know I've talked to several of my colleagues. We all have different trash cans at different parks. Is there a move to standardize it, or can individuals get different trash cans depending on the needs?
So we're transitioning out of what would be our traditional trash cans, which are the metal ones, for safety reasons primarily. Two, it's too difficult to pull those cans out of the park into the street curb, so it requires trucks going in, which is damaging not only our grass but also our sidewalks in there. So we're transitioning to the ability to roll the cans, which you may see some of them coming out. Because of budgetary restrictions, we cannot do a complete overhaul throughout the whole city, so we're doing them in phases. In addition to part of, I mentioned the Resilience Wilmington, but also the Parks and Rec Sustainability Plan, moving towards recycling as well. So the removal of the traditional green barrels primarily was triggered by safety for the employees, maintaining our grass and our sidewalks inside the parks, and moving to something more sustainable.
Okay.
So Councilman Field and I have had a conversation about specific type of cans that he wanted in his park, and we were able to facilitate that. Internally, we had conversations about the fact that those cans are smaller, and the fact that we will keeping an eye on how often do we have to make special pickups for those cans because they are a smaller can. So we would prefer to have a uniform trash can throughout the whole city. But at this point, I guess we've made some accommodations.
Okay.
Well, I'd like to
All right.
make a comment.
Yes, Councilmember.
Well, I'm still waiting for my trash cans in Price's Park since last year or 2 years ago. I'm glad to hear Councilman Fields has his, but I think this is the largest park. Price's Park is our Rockford Park, and I just, it just bothers me how we just don't even take care of it like we should, or we don't put as much focus on it like we do other areas. So in the black and brown community, Price's Park is our largest park. And it's sad that we don't get much work done over there. And I've been saying it ever since I've gotten in the office. We were able to get some lights, I think, just to put in the tree, some Christmas lights, like for a couple of thousand. And thank God that Leonard Williams really helped me with that, but besides that, we haven't had much of anything that has occurred in Price's Park, so hopefully we'll see something, but I'm not surprised. Because of the neighborhood, it gets no attention. And I've been in here for 6 years, and you ride past there, it's pitch black. You ride past there, it's no lights, it's nothing. If I don't call Lenny Williams to help me do anything, it's nothing done in Price's Park. We were supposed to, and I could go on and on about that, and as a matter of fact, I'm done with it all.
Well, I appreciate you bringing that, and,
But I'm glad you got to it, I'm sure you did.
well, one, I'll say, Councilman Field, purchased those cans, and so they were just placed in there by our department. And I'd love to, I'm sure Lenny has some idea of where those cans you would like them to be, but would love to be able to take a trip with you to identify where you think the cans should be and making sure that happens.
I think that's an important point.
Councilmember
Yeah, I'd
Field.
like to be excused. I got something to do.
Yes, please.
Just to clarify, so talking about Stapler Park, the green cans, which industrial, I don't know where they come from, a factory or a port or something, that have been there for decades, and through the funds available to city council members, I use those funds to purchase more aesthetic-looking trash cans. So just to clarify, there was no special treatment of Stapler Park, and I have had discussions with Director Smith about applying that in other parks in the 8th District, because I think that the black trash cans that you see all around the city, I think, look nicer, and so that's, just to clarify that point. It did not come from, it came from me.
Okay, all right. Very well. Believe we're ready for the next slide. On, any comments on the, consultant fees and also diving into safe haven funding?
Okay, so. Yeah, so consultant fees, so the administration, the dollars that's allotted there is really an opportunity for us to, so in increasing the amount of programming that we have and adding education and cultural event activities, there's a need for us to be able to go out to the community and look for people who have programs. So that particular line item is set up to bring in consultants to provide programming either at Hicks Anderson or one of our satellite sites. Maintenance, that increase there is due to minimum wage going up. Recreation consultants, part of those funds there go towards the safe haven dollars that's identified for the 6th District. The consultant fees for Youth and Family Services, that's our online SAT program, staffing and training. And Hicks Anderson, those dollars, I think I mentioned it one time earlier, and maybe I could have Deputy Director give a more in-depth description on Community Pass, which is a software that we are working to implement that will allow us to track our children as they come into the program, come into the building and use our interact with our activities throughout the city. I'll make mention that up until this year, there was no membership intake for Hicks Anderson. So this was the first year that we were able to document our kids, and I believe the number is 310 kids we now have documented. Deputy, can you give a little more on the Community Pass?
Yes, so Community Pass is a software system that's used by a few other Parks and Recreation departments in different cities. And what it allow us to do is the membership that Hicks Anderson now has for young people 18 and under, that is all paper application right now. That's currently being uploaded into Community Pass. You'll be able to, you'll appear as though you're on the city website, so it won't look like you ever left the city website, but a parent can go on and sign their child up for youth membership at Hicks, and then that parent can then sign their child up for different programs, similar to how the YMCA, you can sign up for swimming or basketball or particular activities. Community Pass will allow us to have that same access for our kids at Hicks, in addition addition to the recreation division. And so if you want to sign up for T-ball, softball, it'll allow you to do that. In fact, speaking about the Youth Master Plan earlier and the online services directory, all of that can live in Community Pass. And to Councilmember Darby's point, we can print out reports quarterly, monthly, or weekly and provide that to City Council.
Question?
Very good. Councilmember White?
Since you mentioned the youth master plan, what's your definition of youth? What is the definition of youth?
Well, I would, if you ask me my personal definition, I would go.
Whatever one that the department uses to serve that population.
Well, we can serve up to 19-year-olds that are a part of our youth employment process.
And what do you do for outreach to those particular, to that particular segment of the public, of what you described as youth? What's your outreach to that group?
Well, there's several. One, Parks and Rec has been around a long time, and so it's quite a bit of parents who are going to tell their kids, you're going to sign up and work this summer.
Mm-hmm.
So you have that. But the other part is just partnering with all the various agencies. So we're excited that we're working with Mr. John Rago and his team to making sure that when you go to the website, all our activities are up there. There's a flyer to the activities. Working with WITN to do these monthly updates where we're listing the programs that's happening. Naeem Collins, that I mentioned earlier, sends out a blast to our membership to let them know all the programming that's happening. And although we don't have the numbers for it, I'm pretty sure that they end up sharing that with others who are not connected to the members.
I appreciate that. I just wanted, do you know what the third largest segment of the population of the city of Wilmington is?
My guess would be youth, but I'd like to, what is it?
It'd be Hispanic.
Okay. I didn't know what demographic.
Do you have any materials in Spanish?
So we've had some material in Spanish. In addition to part of our incubator program, LACC is one of our partner sites. And so we're working with them to develop our relationship and have them having access to Hicks Anderson. But the connection is very limited. So I'm happy that you.
Well, I'm not happy that I have to say it. I mean, but we have 22% of the population Hispanic. We have approximately, I would imagine, about 10.5% of that population would you qualify as youth. You mentioned earlier that you send out newsletters, which we all get, but none of them are in any other language other than English. And I just wonder, how then are we making certain that we're reaching that particular segment of the population that describe themselves as youth?
Well, the newsletter, we know that they're all English speakers because they signed up. So right now, we don't, in terms of you talking about the newsletter, we don't have a way to send the newsletter out beyond the people who actually signed up. So for the membership. But I look forward to working with Councilwoman Cabrera and LACC to figure out how do we bridge that gap. And if you are familiar with some people that we should be talking to, I look forward to.
I get.
And Councilman White, he's my Latin brother.
Council Chair, when he gets done.
I think it's an oversight, a continuing oversight in all these discussions. And it's not just only one demographic that the city doesn't reach out to. We make an assumption that everybody speaks language or should speak English, whereas in many households in the city, English is a second language. And I would just wonder, it just concerns me that we don't make every effort, whether it's employment or youth services or any other service that the city offers, that we would do it to the maximum number of people in the city. No other questions.
I can follow up with that. I can give a little bit more detailed information. So a couple of things. For our Youth and Family Services program, the nutrition as well as youth career development information does go out in Spanish. So that goes out, and our Youth and Family Services Division Manager, Dr. Nicole Adams, along with our Program Coordinator for Nutrition, Victoria Fuentes Cox, makes a diligent effort to make sure that they are reaching out specifically to the Hispanic community. And interestingly enough, at Hicks Anderson Community Center, the heavy side of the population for boxing is Hispanic.
Yeah.
Most of the individuals that participate in boxing in Hicks Anderson, there's more Hispanic individuals. In fact, one of them just won the Golden Gloves championship.
And I can appreciate that. There's no doubt. You know, there's no doubt. I grew up in the Parks and Rec system. But to me, you just mentioned the Compass program. If I heard you correct, it's going to be online. People can sign up online. All I want to consider is that there's other people who speak other languages than English. And as a city that should be inclusive, that should be organic and intentional in everything we do. That's all.
Mr. Chair.
But thank you for that.
Mr. Chair.
Councilmember Fields.
Thank you. First of all, I understand where you're coming from, but if you ever, I don't know if you know the dynamics of the 5th District. So the 5th District is split by 95. So you have the west side of 95, you have West Center City. William Hicks Anderson Community Center is on the east side of 95. So the LACC and all of those other community organizations, they have always, I want to say, just dealt with their population, okay? So now that we have people that's in council, and now that we have people in administration, and we have council members that are willing to bridge that gap like myself, that's where the difference come in, okay? So you had, 16, maybe 18 years worth of the gap being a gap. So now that we have the people in the right places to close that gap and to bridge that gap, I'm going to give them their accolades for right now. Because even as a council person, it's very hard for me sometimes to even get my flyers and stuff put in Spanish because it's hard for me, so I have to reach out to somebody. So what I'm saying is, you're right, but it has never been looked at before.
I understand.
Right, it's never been looked at, but I just want you to understand, I just need you to understand the history and the demographics of why that is a disconnect.
Oh, I do, and I appreciate what you're saying, and I appreciate the job that Parks and Rec has done. I grew up in the Parks and Rec system, so I know the dynamics of all the communities, because I hung out there. All I'm just saying, we just should be more intentional, and I appreciate the outreach on everybody's, but this should not be the same that we had at the visitors tourism, and we asked that question.
Right.
It just should be intentional in everything we do. That's all.
We
And I
learn
do
from our
appreciate it.
mistakes. We grow. I think we grow from what we don't know. We learn from what we don't know. So this is just this is a period where we can grow, not just in Parks and Recreation, but throughout the whole entire city of Wilmington.
I'm going to bring it up again.
Yep.
All right, Councilmember Bracy.
Thank you.
Thank you.
To get us back into the presentation and the conversation, I just wanted to stop and say that I appreciate the move towards data collection and the membership in the Community Pass software, because I think it's important as we start to look at how we develop more youth programming, how we really are serving our kids in the communities, that we're collecting this data and that we really have the numbers to say we're servicing 300 kids, we're servicing 500 kids, because now we'll have a data set, we'll be able to look and say, here's where we were in 2023, and in 2025 we've moved from 300 kids in our membership to 2,500 kids. But without you guys doing the work that you're doing now to even get it started, we won't have anything to look towards the future. So just wanted to say I appreciate what you're doing. In any way I can be of support, please let me know. Thanks.
All right. Thank you very much. Councilwoman.
Yeah, I just want to ask, when we are in communication with the students, the youth that are using the center and their families, are we connecting them to other resources that need it? For example, health, dental, other areas they may need help with?
Yeah, so there's a couple of areas that's intentional, and some of it is just through conversation, right? So last year, we had our first open house since the renovations were done at Hicks Anderson, and there were quite a bit of social services available, and so that's one place. But the other part is just through conversation. So that's where Naeem, family coordinator, what's the other part?
Family Matters.
Family Matters coordinator, that's his job, right? To identify that it's something that Ms. Mercedes Fields used to do and supporting kids and families there before. And so we're trying to make sure that we don't drop that ball. So yes.
Thank you, Director and Deputy Director.
All right, Councilmember Darby.
Yeah, Just to confirm, what's the hours for the community center for kids to come?
So they typically start coming in at 3, and non-safe haven hours, it's over around 8 o'clock. Safe haven hours, it'll run, we'll identify 3 days, but it can run all the way up to 10, maybe 11. We kind of eyeball it and see what makes sense.
Is it open on the weekend?
It's open on the weekends. So here's the thing, we are mindful of not mixing adults and children, right? So we try to keep that separate. So on the weekends, we're open around 6 a.m. for our street ministry feeding program. That shuts down around 9, and around 10, right now, our youth basketball programs are coming in to play basketball there. Yeah.
All right. We move right on to, Vice Chair Harley.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I have a couple comments before I have to drop off the line. But one, I wanted to piggyback off of Councilmember Bracy's point she was making about the database. I'm not sure if the youth are going to be required to sign up, which it could really help if they were required, because that way you can get a true number in terms of forecasting from one year to the next, only if they're required. Because if you have some youth signing up, some youth in the database and some youth are not, then it's not a clear number. It's not an accurate number. So that may be something to consider, requiring it not in a way where it's antagonistic, of course, or making, the children or anyone feel any kind of pressure. But I think if they understood the benefit of getting signed in and being, and I think it's a safety measure as well. That's the one point I wanted to make in terms of the database, making it, almost a requirement to be useful and to be of more value. And then secondly, I just wanted to say that I think that Hicks Anderson is a beautiful model community center here in the city of Wilmington. And I have noticed the different programs that y'all have been adding within the last year and a half, 2 years for the youth, well, the young men. I meant the men. I mean, you have a plethora of services over there now, and I just want to commend you, the both of you and your staff, with all the great programs that y'all have over there, and y'all really are doing a great job. Anything could be improved. We all know that anything can be improved. So I just wanted to say y'all are doing a great job. Lots of programs over there, and hey, we can continue to work together. And I'm going to be reaching out as well to find out how we can get some of our kids from the east side over there. But thank you for all that y'all do. And I'm sorry I got to drop off.
Look forward to it.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Recognize that Councilwoman has to
Go ahead.
But okay, so the membership, we sell our families on the benefits of membership, meaning that if you would like to participate in this particular activity, you need to be a member, right? However, we do know that there's time to times there are kids who will come into the building who may not be a member. We sort of look at the situation. We're not going to send them back out, but we're going to encourage them to get an application and take that home. Two, the membership does not count during safe haven hours. We have to allow children in during safe haven hours. So that's the only time. So we're talking June. Traditionally, it would run to December. I think last year it stopped in September. But during those times, so that 8 o'clock to 10 or 11 that we're running Safe Haven, you do not need to have a membership to come into the building. But other than that, we try to sell them on it. Yes. And thank you for your compliment.
That's great. And one quick, go ahead. I'm sorry, I thought you were saying something, Director Smith.
Yep, I believe the director was finished. And you may be excused, Vice Chair.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. All right, moving right along, we're actually running a little short on time, but wanted to just hit on some highlights with the pools and spray parks.
Yes. So we're looking forward to kicking off the pool season June 26th. Of the pools, prices will be the first one we will start up. Major renovations were done to the actual pool bottom floor, so we'll be starting that up first. I know that just in case we don't get to that question, because we're running limit on time, in terms of lifeguards for our pools, we are actively engaged at community fairs, job fairs. Once again, Deputy Director and I, in our monthly update on WITN, we're putting that information out. Currently, we're at,
I have a question on that. Are you paying for lifeguard training?
so, yeah, so the certification, yes.
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 Okay.
Currently, we have 9 youth. Our threshold, what we'd like, last year we ended up with 30, but what we really need to get to is the number 25. And just at this moment, the gentleman named Bryson, who is one of our swimmers, passed away tragically last year on his way back to school at Dell State. So just want to acknowledge him, and that his jersey will, with his name on it, will be at our pools this year, just to remember him. And he was a very sweet kid.
Thank you for sharing that.
I did want to ask a question about the hours of the pools, because I saw that there's only one pool that's open on Sundays. And being that, I mean, summertime and weekends is probably when families and parents could probably go to the pool together. Is it because we do have a shortage in staffing and lifeguards? And if we were able to recruit more, would we be able to open and maybe have more options on a Sunday versus just one pool?
So typically, the closing of our pools, it's not just staffing, it's also we need a day to maintain the pools and make sure the chemicals are right and the pools is properly balanced. So that's really the balance of the days off.
Yeah, because I see Brown is the only one that's, is it Brown that's open on Sunday, and Eden?
So
So you have two.
So
Is
yeah,
it Brown open? Let me see. It says open Sunday, Monday. And Eden is open on Sunday. The others are closed. So we have choices of 2 pools, Brown and
correct.
Eden.
So all of them aren't closed on Sunday, but yes, some of them are. It's staggered.
Okay, no, I see that.
All
so.
right.
I was just wondering if there was an opportunity to have more availability on the weekends when parents and families could actually go out and enjoy the pool versus, you know, some of these parents are working 2 or 3 jobs. They don't really get to spend that time, and that could be quality time on a Sunday afternoon when you're home baking in the heat.
So, I mean, I could have a follow-up conversation with Superintendent Leonard Williams and just the timeline, what he needs to make sure that the pool is balanced. But typically, that's the reason why, maintenance.
Because I see you're servicing the camps, so
Yeah.
some of these pools are for the camps, so I understand the importance of making sure our water's healthy. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Councilmember McCoy.
Thank you. I just wanted to go back to question 6 since we skipped over it. I just wanted to make certain that when we talk about specifying the Safe Haven site funding, it has 22.5 for MSK Community Center. That number I actually initially came up with about 5 or 6 years ago, because that's what the state was giving each of the centers. So I don't know whether or not that number is still the same, and I just would like to make certain that is clarified, because I would like for the community center within the 6th district to have whatever other community center within the city is getting for when it comes to Safe Haven. Also to check whether or not it can be included on the state's list at some point, so the city doesn't have to fund that. The other thing was the spray parks. Kosciuszko's Park not on here.
Yes, you're correct. That is an error. It's not on here, yes. So to go back to your first question, the state gives 20,000. So Emmett, whatever the site is in the 6th district gets more than the state gives.
It went down. I mean, it went down because initially that amount I think was what everyone else was getting. I think at the time. Like I said, it's been since the first time, like my first year or so. So I'm surprised.
Yeah, so it's basically 66,000. I mean 6,666 that you get per month, and it's 3 months. So 6th district gets slightly more than what everyone else gets.
Okay, so will Kosciuszko's Park be open, or that was just the typo, they forgot to put it on here?
No, it'll be open, and we're working on, we noticed last year that there was some issue with water coming from the base of the spray, and so we're working on that. You know, I'll also mention Brown, as Councilwoman, you're aware, Brown's is underway right now. Hopefully that'll be done by May. Father Tucker, there's repairs that need to be done to that. There is a box that sits in the bottom of it that is no longer made. And so now we need to figure out how do we get this box that's no longer in production. So just an update on that while we're talking about it. But yes, it'll be up.
So you're stating, even though that this piece is obsolete, you're believing that you'll still have Father Tucker's back in running order?
We're trying to think of some plan. Obviously, it could not happen, but we're trying to be creative, maybe 3D printing to redo the box, maybe have someone weld it. We're trying to figure it out, and we're still trying to identify if someone has one somewhere. But now the manufacturer doesn't make that piece anymore.
Okay. Thank you. I just
Or
wanted to
eBay.
make certain we had skipped back to the portion that was overlooked, but you can continue. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. All right, so if we can move to the, any comments on the next slide regarding overtime? Any measures to control that?
Okay, so overtime. So William Hicks is showing overtime of most of our overtime is triggered by things that we typically can't control, right? So well, let me talk about the one we can control. Hicks Anderson has never had an overtime line. So really it's not that we didn't have overtime, we just didn't have an overtime line. So now we have an overtime line instead of going in the red and transferring the funds out. You'll see with maintenance, it's really similar to trash being in a park. Some of it is our response to a request for people requesting more activities through cultural affair in the parks that we have to respond to and clean up after and prep before. So the more that people use the park is the bigger impact that it has on our budget. And similar to recreation, if more people are asking to use our fields for baseball games, tournaments, whatever the case may be, something that we have no idea 100 new people are going to want to do something in the park, it affects that overtime line for us.
All right.
Is that where fees come in?
Well, we don't. So almost everything in Parks and Recs is free, which is a beautiful and unique thing to eliminating barriers for people having access to the park, but it does have an effect possibly. But you know, it's a good thing to be able to have people having access to the parks. You know.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, Councilmember.
Did you put in this budget? I didn't get to the end. We had a conversation last year about a portable skating rink. And I wanted it, and I was ready to put money to it, like whatever it costs. And I felt as though that would be a way to actually have some revenue for Parks and Rec to do what they like to do. I just thought that it was something creative, and they'll be able to play some type of activity with other organizations anywhere within the city of Wilmington. I still think that it would be a good idea.
So, couple things. It's interesting that you mentioned that
Portable
today because we had a follow-up conversation about that today.
Oh, okay.
So, one, the initial thing was Capital Project Manager Lenny Sopran and I looked to see what it would look like to have a skating field, if you want to call it, next to the skate park. And then we found that we don't control that land, so that sort of was out the window. I wasn't all the way in the conversation, but Superintendent Rashid Mustafa and Deputy Director had a conversation today about. Fill them in.
So our parent, we call her our parent liaison. Her name is Noelle Samuel. She actually works in the IT department. She has been a true blessing with all of the different activities. Some that she pays directly for out of pocket, just doing things at the center because her kids, participate, they're members. And she actually asked today if we could turn the gym at Hicks Anderson to a skate so they could skate for a day. But it's rather expensive to do it inside of Hicks. So there are some conversations that'll be ongoing. So I'll probably be having a conversation with you too, Councilwoman McCoy.
There's a thought, I don't know if you've seen kind of how it can easily be done. If you look at Dilworth Park in Philadelphia, they set up, they break it down. It becomes ice skating in the winter, and then during the rest of the year, it's a skate park. And they have a spray park there as well. I know it's a lot. They've invested into it, but it's a nice idea. So if we were to take it to Wilmington, it would probably be Constitution Yards, or where they used to be the skating rink. Just, again, someplace for families to enjoy the nice weather. So I don't know how much it costs up there, but I know they do it, and it seems to work pretty well.
Well, I think the initial one-time fee was $5,000.
It was.
So that was just to do it one time really was kind of rather expensive. However, I know that in the past that there was skating inside the garage.
The garage,
At one
right over
point,
there.
there was skating there. So what Councilwoman McCoy brought to us definitely triggered us trying to figure it out. And I guess it's time to revisit it.
I think Councilmember Darby.
Yeah, I have a program. They're called Skate Vibes. Jasmine, she currently does skate lessons throughout the city. So she'll get parks, and we're working together for the summertime to do different parks in the second district and areas. And she teaches them how to skate. And she was over at the Chandra Pitch Center, One Village Alliance. She did skating in there and skate lessons. So that might be a good person for you to partner with through my ARPA funds. I was trying to get her a portable skating floor. So, but if there's bigger money, y'all can hook her up and we can get skating throughout the city. But I can connect y'all with her because I think it's a good thing. Skating is a staple in the Wilmington community. Like, we all skated when we were younger and at Christina skating ring, at Ellesmere skating ring. So hopefully we can get it back, or maybe a bigger plan to get one of those big warehouses, maybe over East Side, over Riverside, or Mountie Village now, and really talk about like a real staple in the community. In other cities, they have like community government-owned skating rings, like in Baltimore. I think theirs is ran by their city council, like how William Hicks Anderson Center is. So I think it might be a conversation to get started.
Thank you. Definitely.
And just gonna actually, WITM, we're gonna jump, because we are running a little short, we're gonna jump to question 12. Okay, this is, and again, the answers to all the other questions that aren't talked about tonight will be on the Wilmington City Council's budget website, wilmdebudget.org. So we're not skipping over anything, we're just, of course, trying to have lively conversation on some of the hot topics. So if you can, Director, can you talk about these equipment upgrades at Hicks Anderson? I know it's something I feel like several of us have heard about. We hear about what's needed, but can you break down exactly what's requested and what that looks like?
Correct. So yes, the allotted amount is to be divided into two parts, but then there's a third part. So it's with our boxing gym and our weight room. We're fortunate enough that there have been throughout the years people who love that community center and have donated equipment and various their time for us having what we need. And there's also been resources put in there by the administration. We've already redone the floor, and we're looking forward to continuing renovation. So the priorities are the treadmills. Those are the priorities in there. Removing those both upstairs and downstairs, and I won't get too technical, but there's some other pulley machines that are needed. The goal is, if you are someone who can lift heavy weights, we're good. We got you. Really, it's also.
Are you sure about that, Director?
We have.
I don't know.
130-pound dumbbells down there, so.
Okay.
Yeah. But it's for people who are not ready for that type of weight. You know, what's the equipment to allow you to get into working out? And so we're looking forward to that. And as Deputy Director Melody Phillips mentioned, we have Golden Gloves kids fighting in our gym. And so staff has done a great job. Coach Doug and his staff have done a great job with producing amazing kids. And at some point, I need to figure out how to show you the mayor and chief of staff hitting the speed bag inside the boxing gym. But yeah, that's for that. So the third part is updating our audio system. And so on the light end, we have purchased a new speaker, mics, and things of that nature, but it's not adequate for a professional setting, meaning cushions in the roof, speakers in the roof, a proper board, and so we will look into that. And so about 10,000 of that we want to allocate to making sure that our sound system is professional there.
Excellent. All right. Moving right along, going to move WIT into question 15. Since we need to close out soon. If you could-
Real quick, what happened to the boxing floor, the mat? The emblem on the mat, are we getting that too? Is that in there?
The emblem
For the boxing mat upstairs?
So Coach Doug, he might have said that to you. He didn't say it to me, but what he did want is a second ring in there. So we're trying to figure out that piece.
Oh, I ain't say that.
I'll follow up with you. And
Please follow up.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Well, we can question 15. This is just a list of projects broken down by district. Do you have any highlights there?
Well, I think that probably one of the main highlights is going to be getting our swimming pool at prices, starting it up. Very excited about that. The Barbara Hicks 7th Street, Barbara S. Park 7th Street boat ramp that is being done by DENREC, and we're working with them. So it will be a place where you can launch your boats in the city of Wilmington. So that'll be exciting. We're talking about potentially charging people. My idea, I'd love to see some jet skis that you can rent. I don't even know if you're allowed to put them on the water, but just a thought, putting that out there. Christina Park is on its way to the deck being redone. We have the fence. We're looking at the fences right now. Helen Chambers, that's up. We're about to start working on that, redoing that park. Mentioned Brown, the spray park, that's being done. I imagine by May we should be completed with that. Hicks Anderson, there's some work that needs to be done with the pool area down there and some areas that are rusting, primarily due to a few years ago the amount of moisture that was being built up in that area. So those are like the projects that we have either currently moving or on deck, and then below that are projects in the planning process, where we're looking forward to allocating funds towards those as well.
So, you forgot one, is it Haynes Park is scheduled to be completed by the end of May.
Correct. Haynes Park is scheduled to be completed by May, yes.
Councilwoman.
I had a quick question. Is Tilton Park, that community's been asking me, has that been completed? I mean, I've driven past there, but it says here playground renovation, stormwater management. Is that done? Or is there more work to be done?
So it's almost completed. It's almost completed. So there's the construction side, but then there's also some of the water management piece. So when we went and looked at it, we were not happy with the irrigation system and how it was laying, so that's going to be redone. Superintendent Leonard Williams also had some ideas in terms of some of the trees that are out there. So there's some few beautification pieces. The water management piece is not so much of a beautification thing, but a necessity to make sure that the water gets down there. So I can follow up with you with the exact, but it's pretty much done. It was just those final pieces.
Some of the neighbors were critical, and they said if you were going to do it, they felt that the playground should have been put at the top of the hill so you wouldn't have had these irrigation issues, but it is what it is, and I said to them, it's already a plan and process. I'm the councilman, I can't change the way that the park is laid out, but they're the ones that are asking questions.
All right.
So.
Didn't we already, we had that discussion about the park being up the top
Yes,
because of
Council.
the way that the water would go down, right? So they already knew that they couldn't have the park at the top. That was like the discussion before we even planned out what else we were going to do. So that was the very first part of the discussion before they even started doing construction.
Sometimes they just don't listen.
Guess not.
Just want to have answers for them. Director, one of the things that I was looking at, and we may not be able to do it for this year, we'll look at it for next year, and our fellows are doing some research, not understanding why it's taking so long, but I would like to see a hammock park like they have in Philadelphia. And after driving around the trees in Wilmington, looks like Haynes has a lot of those trees that would probably be conducive for hammock park. Just, families come out maybe just a weekend and see what the logistics of that would be and what it would cost to do something like that. I was willing to put some ARPA funds into that.
Well, if we're using the trees, we would need to have the forestry department okay to do that. Very temperamental about how we use their trees. If we're talking about stands in the park, then that, which doesn't require the trees.
It's a lot of money. Then we could just take it anywhere.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Councilmember Darby?
Yes, so I see East Lake Park made it in. But I have a question. Are we listing out project completion projected dates and how much for each one? And I know East Lake is in the planning process. However, you said specifically, are you saying this year there would be budget money allocated from this budget? Or are you saying this is sometime in the future?
Sometime in the future, but there's also 100,000 already sitting for that park.
Yeah, so the 100,000 came from the state, from DENRAC, right? So we have that, but we also know we need more for East Lake. And I thought that this budget session, it would be a priority for East Lake to receive funding. So you're saying that it's not priority for this budget year.
It's capital. It's a capital request, and we have to go to the bond market to secure funding for that, which we have not. So that money will fall under general park improvements once we go to the bond market. So right now, we don't have the funding for it.
Okay.
Follow-up question for me, Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Just for
Councilmember Ward.
clarification, some of the improvements to the parks are funded by the planning councils, correct?
Not many.
Not a lot. There may be some things in the park that,
Well,
yeah.
Yeah, some things in the park. For example, Speakman, First District Planning Council made a contribution to get that. So after we make that contribution, because I was part of that, how's the maintenance? Parks and Rec is still responsible for the maintenance of that equipment?
Correct. So essentially, there really isn't a huge budget for maintenance to do repairs, right? And we're sort of at the whim. For instance, Tilton isn't even completed, and someone took something and broke the drums already, which required us to replace it. Fortunately, it's a capital project. We're still working there. We can cover that. But there's a limit to what can be replaced out of the maintenance budget. And so what may happen sometimes is you sort of hope that you're able to take care of things when you make a overall renovation to a park. If I answered your question correctly, there's a very limited dollar amount in maintenance to maintain things getting broken or destroyed, but we do have funds to take care of that depending on what it is. In some situations, when we're able to purchase something that we think may become damaged, we'll purchase two and have one in storage. But it's not a perfect science because you never know what's going to get damaged.
We'll talk offline. Thank you.
All right.
Councilmember McCoy?
Yes. Well, when I was in that former chair as Councilman Mills, I had a conversation, and I just wanted to get clarity on whether or not any of these parks will be totally completed by the end of the fiscal year, because that's kind of what we talked about. This was in November of last year. And it was Tilton Park, Haynes Park, Brown Park, Christina Park Pier, and Helen Chambers Park. Those are the 5 parks that we had a conversation about, like I said, it's been months ago, and that we felt comfortable to say that those parks will be done by the end of this fiscal year, which is 2023, before we get to July 1st. Are you still comfortable with stating that for those 5 parks?
I'm still comfortable. Now, Helen Chambers, the issue that happened with that is there was a company that was doing the work and they went out of business. and so we had to pivot there. But Councilwoman Fields is in on those weekly meetings and very abreast of what is currently happening, and make sure that she's aware of everything. But the other ones that you mentioned, Christina, I have to double check on that one, and forgive me, I can't find my paper right now, but at some point there was a pause because of the inability to get supplies, right? But everything else that you mentioned, Haynes, yes, Browns, as you were in the meeting, May, our desire is that it'll be completed then.
Tilton.
Tilton, yes, that'll be completed as well. So we're on path.
Okay, great. And I just wanted to follow up, just wanted to give you more information that Judy Johnson's Park Memorial Wall was an unexpected repair. That is completed.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
In addition to new benches that were destroyed, and Representative Sherry Dorsey Walker contributed funds to making sure that those were repaired. Now the next step is for us to start using that baseball field. We do have a T-ball league that was started a year ago under the Recreation Division, and it is named after Judy Johnson. We play at Christina Park, but the joy would be to play at Judy Johnson as well.
Okay. Price's Pool, which you actually spoke of quite frequently, and then also Hicks Park and South Bridge. These are all things that require unexpected repairs. Have they been, has Hicks been done as well?
So Hicks is in the process of working with DENREC. We should have gone on to our next phase, but the commentary portion of it was asked to be extended to give residents an opportunity to comment up until the 7th of April, if I'm not mistaken. So at that point, we'll phase into the next process, which is identifying, will we cap it? Will we remove all the soil? What will happen there? The administration is very much in that conversation about the best approach to take for remediating that.
I just had one last question. Right before you got in, I had an issue with grass not being cut, and we could not figure out whose grass it was. And so I haven't had that conversation again. I would love to know, is Parks and Rec cutting that grass over on the side of Eddie Michaels Park near the RDC area, or is Riverfront Development Corporation cutting that grass? Because I haven't had that conversation again.
Well, we couldn't figure it out, so at some point we were cutting it.
Okay. I thought that was the case,
Yeah.
but I just needed
It is a
clarity.
responsibility RDC, but it was that one little weird patch that we would cut here, and then so no one knows that's not us.
Okay. Thank you.
So.
Very well. WIT, yes. Yes, Ms. Bass, I have a question.
Yes, Director Smith, so we know that you're in the process of applying for a grant for $10,950,000 which will be for grant improvements to various parks. Do you know, like, approximately when you would hear a response back from that? Because I know that would impact fiscal year 2024 budget possibly.
Which grant are you referring to?
It's for a grant for $10,950. It'll be to make improvements in Tilton Park, Kirkwood Park, Holloway Park, Woodlawn Park, Kikusko Park, and Christina Park, and Canby Park.
For $10,000.
No, there's not a $10,000 grant.
No, it's not 10,000. It says $10,950,000.
Oh, 10 million. Oh, she's talking about
It's for 4 grants to the.
Yeah, so this is
Insight
the earmark appropriations for under Senator Coons. So that's what that is. That's applying for funding to improve the parks through the earmark appropriations.
Okay. Do we know, like, approximately, like, when we heard back? Did they say, like, a deadline for that, or?
No, it
Okay.
takes a long time.
Like a
for them
couple
to
years, or year? I
At
mean, I
least
don't know.
at least a year,
Okay.
and then you don't get the money right away.
Okay. So this is the first time I've seen us do that. I mean, so good.
Yeah, I
know
just
there's
wanted
something.
to.
Because it's
I just
my
wanted to
understanding
actually
that
make
with-
sure that we recorded that we asked for those funds. So.
It's my understanding Woodlawn Park, a project, is part of that, I believe, Senator Coons.
Yes, it is listed there.
Project,
Park.
yeah. All right, just moving along, there's one more question, WIT, if you can go to question 16. This is the capital budget request. I believe a lot of it we already hit on throughout this evening, but if there's any other anything extra about either William Hicks Anderson or the parks that you didn't previously touch on?
No, I kind of covered it prior to going to this question. The 300,000 is for improvements to Hicks Anderson. Our pool pack, which regulates the water, it's about to go. So we never know when it's going to go, but all of the duct taping we could possibly do has happened. So that's something that needs to be fixed. And like Chief of Staff mentioned, we're going to the bond market, and we'll wait to hear what happens with that.
Okay, all right.
And that the pool improvements were a part of the bond bill appropriation we received from last year. Remember, we got two appropriations, one for prices, which was around about 800,000, and I can't recall what it was for Hicks. I think it was somewhere 300,000 or 400,000.
I think it was 300,000. Yeah.
All right. Now at this time, is there any members of the public that have any questions? Public comment? Online? Okay. All right. Seeing none, I would like to turn it back to members of council for any final comments or questions for Parks Department. All right. Very well. I would like to thank the Director Smith and his team for presenting this evening, as well as OMB, Mr. Greco and Mr. Jones, for taking part in tonight's proceedings. Any follow-up information that is needed from tonight, please provide it to Ms. Marshall Basnight so that we can post it on the city website. Again, I appreciate members of the public for taking part tonight, and especially the city council team for working late, WITN, and everyone for being engaged. This is just the beginning. We have a full set of budget hearings coming up later this week and the following month ahead. The next budget schedule is for this Wednesday evening, April 5th. We are beginning at 5 p.m. with the with revenue projections. That is at 5 p.m. and then 5:30 p.m. we have Finance Department, and then the IT Department. The IT Department start time may be adjusted, but we will post the adjusted time on the City Council website. And again, please tune in to WITN Channel 22 to watch the meeting, or you can watch it online at www.witn22.org. And budget information is available at City Council's budget website, which is www.wilmdebudget.org. At this time, I will entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Second.
Properly moved and seconded. Everyone enjoy. The meeting has concluded. Thank you.